Okay, I'm not done eating yet, so it's going to be a few minutes. However, what's he doing? Was he? No. What are you waffling about? What? What did you mean by this? Okay, let me finish my food. Almost done. Just finishing some yogurt. Pigeon's trying to eat my yogurt. Pigeon. Pigeon, you can't eat yogurt. I don't think. I don't think cats. Can I have yogurt? You're a carnivore, Pigeon. Okay. Okay. Get this over here. Cool, cool. And then open the VGG feed. Son of a bitch, I think we're ready. Rootin' tootin'. What's up? A couple of things. First of all, I adjusted the camera settings. After 5 years of streaming, I realized that the F letter, when it's larger, it means that it can have a larger depth of field. So now, in focus, kind of. F already? Oh, no, you're saying F because I said F. Look, I'm still in focus. Look at that. That shirt is awesome. Thank you. I ordered it. Sorry, but your camera quality looks awful now. How bad does it look? Let me see. Really? On my end, it looks good. Maybe YouTube compression is doing something negative to it? Yeah, I'm looking at the thing. It looks sharper now? In what way does it look bad? It looks grainy as fuck. I could probably address that. Hold on. By lowering the sharpness, right? I have a sharpness thingy. Frame rate seems lower. The frame rate is not lower. How about now? No, Vosh, you're being camera stupid. Do you why would doing the f-stop thing change the frame rate? Don't be stupid. Oh god, don't get me started this stream, Alec Hunter. Not right at the beginning of stream. CPU 0.0%, 60 FPS. What do you want? The blackest thing in your camera look even darker now. The contrast is way up. Is that bad? Is it bad for the contrast to be up? I think it looks fine. Is that bad? Okay, I can adjust that in OBS as well. I don't like it. Okay, be real here. How much of this is you guys just getting used to how I look over the past 3 years of this setup, and then there's any change whatsoever and chat immediately flips out? I bet you that if I hadn't even mentioned it, most of you guys would be like, oh, there's not even an issue, you know? But here, I can lower the contrast slightly. Color correction. Contrast. There, is that what you want? There, is this what you want? Fine, here. There. I've reduced contrast by 0.12. Fucking birds outside, Jesus Christ. There, how does that look? Meh? I'm gonna ban you. It looks webcam quality? How? I know, Benjamin. It's probably the bitrate. This is awful. Chat, are these people fucking with me? Are they fucking with me? I can see my feed. You know I can see what my own camera looks like. It looks like the sort of image you'd see in an Omegle chat room. Motherfucker, I can see my camera feed. I can see what it looks like. Why are you lying to me? I shouldn't have mentioned anything. I shouldn't have. You know what I should have done? I should have done. I should have been a good sociologist. What I should have done is I should have said, "Oh, I made these changes," and I didn't make any changes. So people in chat could be like, I don't know. It looks kind of fucking retarded right now, actually. I'm getting a hernia. Fucking trying to process this. It hurts my eyes. You know, and then I can call you all out for being stupid pieces of shit. But you know what? You know what? Oh, it looks too grainy, even though I lowered the sharpness. Fine. Okay, fine. You know what we're gonna do? Okay? We're going to fucking lower the ISO by one more notch, and I'm going to correct for it in OBS. Okay? We're gonna try that. And if that doesn't shut you people up, then you're just gonna have to deal with it. Because I can see the fucking camera feed, and I know that it looks fine. Oh my god. There. We turn the ISO from 1250 to 1000. What do you want from me? Is that fine? Does it look a little bit less grainy now? I guess. God, I hate you guys. Slightly, maybe it's still bad. Oh my god. 800. Pigeon. Pigeon. Pigeon, quit squeaking at me. Pigeon, who told you it was legal to squeak? Pigeon. Now you made it too dark? Yeah, that's why we correct for it in OBS. The problem is it looks grainer and lower fidelity darker now. I said I would lower the ISO. Yes, of course it's darker. I hate you guys. Hold on. Hello, Pigeon. Now Pigeon's on the desk. Pigeon, are you here to help? Or are you here to rub your face against the mic? You're here to rub your face against the mic? Okay. You're doing great. Thanks, Pigeon. Okay, there. We've compensated for it in OBS. How about now? Just lowered my goddamn desk. It looks exactly the same as before. What is the big deal? Because we reduced the size of the aperture, so now I'm not going to get out of focus the nanosecond I move out of a 6-inch range of acceptable distance from the camera. This is peak autism. Much better, but still worse than last stream. Benjamin, the point is to make it so that I don't go out of focus the nanosecond I move out of the... Why are you meowing? Who taught him how to meow? Chat means well. I know perfectly well that they don't. He's helping you yell at chat. Ah. Okay, hold on. It doesn't look grainy. Perfect. Okay. Hmm. I feel like this looks pretty good. There we go. Now we look like Sasuke. Okay, that has to look fine. That looks good. There we go. Is that fine? We dropped the ISO to 800, okay? There's no way the graininess is that much of an issue. There we go. Compression bitrate issue? Well, then it would have always been an issue. You know, honestly, I could experiment, not right now, but in the future, of changing the output settings, because since I've been using the same stream output settings on OBS for like 5 years, and I have fiber internet, so I feel like I could improve on it somewhat. Ruben. See? Notice how he's less blurry over there? See? Do you see? He's less blurry over there. Because I changed the f-style. I made the aperture smaller. See? Look, I can be here, and it's still... See? What are you up to? Ooh. Me. Very good. Vosh, it looks so bad and pixelated. Okay, Linkard, if it's pixelated, that's a YouTube thing. That there's no pixelated camera setting. Okay. Also, the other thing I wanted to say is look at this cute shirt! I ordered this from a small fashion outlet in India, like over a month ago, called Oddstro. I have a card from them. Isn't it cute? Look, it's like a Hawaiian shirt, but with a really sharp sort of V. And also, look at how fucking low the sleeves go. I think it's super cute. Yeah. I love that. I liked it so much when I got it that I ordered a yellow version too. I feel like yellow is more my color than I initially thought. Like a darker, more saturated yellow with browns and red tones. Not really like super bright yellow, you know? Thanks, Hopopsy. All right. Do they have formal stuff? You know what? I'm going to show them really quick because they're a small India-based fashion brand, okay? So this is me helping out other proletarians as though I'm a proletarian. Hold on. I really like their vibe. They've got a really cute thing going on, I feel. See, they're all like satin shirts, and they're short length and they have very long sleeves. This is the one that I got. I think that's a really cute color. Isn't that nice? I think they're cute. All right. Now, for other things. Hold on. Stop harassing Pigeon. You know, they were actually being so annoying yesterday that I couldn't play video games. I couldn't play Baldur's Gate 3. Pigeon kept jumping up on the desk and stepping on my keyboard. Okay. Shipping is a lot, though, Cheesy Cletus. I'll take a look, Alec Gunter, but for now, I want to move on from the topic. Oh, I see. Nice meme. A lot of you are too young to remember, man, but for a long time, this was like all of YouTube. Oh, I had to sound off. Well, it didn't really matter. He just coughed. This was all of YouTube, and this is how we liked it, okay?
What are you doing?
No, I'll go to bed in like an hour. Yeah.
Honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be up in like 20 minutes.
Come upstairs and...
Oh my god, it even sounds like it.
Fucking piece of shit.
You might like some of these shirts. Oh my god, you are so... Who said that? Eddie666, your brain is so fucking big. I was looking at these guys just yesterday. Their shirts are fantastic. They're also $200. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna have to wait for it to be summer, okay? That's not some shit I'm buying in advance. Yeah, their button-ups are really goddamn nice. Let me see if I can find the one I was looking at. Hell yes, dude. Absolutely. Showing up to the function in the goddamn IQ Dragons men's brushed cotton long sleeve shirt. Can you imagine? Absolutely. Holy shit. Unbelievably drippy. But yeah, I was looking at that shit yesterday. It's good. Not really a Hawaiian shirt, of course, but... You are dressing straight up like Harry from Disco Elysium? Ah, you mean the coolest guy? Nice, Forerunners. I hope you like them. All right. We are now transitioning. We are now transgender. We are assigned male at birth, but we identify as a person who's researching Peronism. Okay? Now, we're off to a bad start because I just searched Peronism on YouTube, and the top video is from Bad Empanada, and the fourth video is this stream right now. So I don't think YouTube is actually going to be that helpful when it comes to learning about Peronism, is the problem. Maybe we can learn about how the movement persists 70 years on. Let's dip our toes in this before we start into the Wikipedia reading, okay? We'll do the Wikipedia portion, don't get me wrong, but let's brush up a little bit, you know? Let's brush up a little bit. Is that really it? Man, that's really it. People also watch. That's it. That's pretty crazy. Okay.
They came from across this vast country, trade unionists, neighbourhood and youth groups and feminist organisations, often disagreeing on many things, but united at this annual gathering under the banner of Peronism, the most powerful political movement in Argentina. Poverty and unemployment are high, inflation is rampant and the country...
What do they say about Argentina? That it's the world's only country that is both first and third world? Argentina is wild, man.
Weighed down by foreign debt. The government struggled in last month's primary elections and faces crucial congressional elections in November. The Peronist movement, which both backs and criticises the government, says it has the answers.
We've got a Peronist government. We should probably criticise more since some of their proposals are not working. We need to generate...
This is useless to me.
It was 1946 when a military official named Juan Perón became the president of Argentina and changed politics forever. He embraced Argentina's laborers and bettered their lives with medical care, paid holidays, and a minimum wage. His policies became known as Peronism and were made enormously popular with the help of his glamorous wife, Evita.
Nice. Love a glamorous wife. Love a wife guy. Love a husband girl, I guess. Okay. Since Peronism is a very Argentina-specific ideology, I feel like the first thing we need to do is learn a little bit about Argentina. I don't know that much about Latin America because, you know, I tend to learn about countries and their history in the context of modern conflicts like, you know, Ukraine or Israel or whatever. And since I started streaming, there has not been a big conflict in Argentina or, in fact, in Latin America. Not a conflict. Well, there have been conflicts, of course, but not in the way that sort of centered international attention. So let's start by learning about what an Argentina is. Let's try that to begin with. Okay? It's a big country. It's all the way down here. I know that there are penguins here, like warm penguins, right? So in Neon Genesis Evangelion, the warm penguin that Misato has, that's from Argentina. Maybe. It's from the area, I think. Okay? Yeah, warm penguin. Hold on. Warm weather Argentina penguin. This is important to understanding Peronism. Magellanic penguins are found in warm climates along the coasts of Chile and Argentina. Aww. Look at these little guys. Oh, terrible picture. Let me find a better picture. Look at this little guy. Unfortunately, the title to the article this picture is attached to is Climate Change is Killing Baby Penguins in Argentina. So enjoy him while he lasts. Okay. Earliest human presence, Paleolithic period. That's a little bit farther back than I need to go. The Inca Empire expanded to the northwest in pre-Columbian times. Inca Empire, super interesting. The country has its roots in Spanish colonization, successor state of the Viceroyalty of the Rio de la Plata, a Spanish overseas viceroyalty, established in 1776. Huh. Is that a coincidence, or was it founded in 1776 for a reason? It's interesting. Fight for independence, 1810 to 1818, followed by an extended civil war, lasted until 1861. An extended civil war that lasted until 1861. A series of civil conflicts of varying intensity that took place from 1814 to 1853. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Well, that's a long time, I feel. Well, we don't need to get too bogged down that far in history. Culminating in the country's reorganization as a federation, the country thereafter enjoyed relative peace and stability. Oh, no. With several waves of European immigration, mainly Italians and Spaniards, influencing cultural democracy. Following the death of President Juan Perón in 1974. Whoa, we just skipped a fucking century there. Okay. This is the opening summary. Well, yeah, you got just a very basic background, a very simple, you know, very, very quick run-up on the important details that you need. Did the good guys win? I don't even know if Perón is a good guy or not. I still need to... I don't know shit. That's what we're here for. Okay. Let's speak. In 1912, President Roque Sanz Peña enacted universal and secret male suffrage. Secret? Oh, like who you vote for isn't public knowledge. Okay. Which allowed Hipólito Yrigoyen, leader of the Radical Civic Union, to win the 1916 election. He enacted social and economic reforms that extended assistance to small farms and businesses. Argentina stayed neutral during World War I. Wow. The second administration of Yrigoyen faced an economic crisis precipitated by the Great Depression. In 1930, Yrigoyen was ousted from power by the military, led by José Félix Uriburu. Although Argentina remained among the 15 richest countries until the mid-century, this coup d'etat marks the start of the steady economic and social decline that pushed the country back into underdevelopment. Man, it really is just juntas. Junta, 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 all the way down in Latin America, dude. It's the whole, like, that's the whole goddamn, it's everything. Every fucking thing that happens here. God damn it. Uriburu ruled for 2 years, then Agustin Pedro Justo was elected in a fraudulent election and signed a controversial treaty with the UK. Argentina stayed neutral during World War II, a decision that had full British support but was rejected by the US after the attack on Pearl Harbor. In 1943, a military coup d'etat led by General Arturo Rawson toppled the democratically elected government of Ramon Castillo. Wait, I thought the person in charge was this guy. When did this guy become powerful? Served as president from June 27, 1942. Okay, so he was only around for 1 year. Okay, so they, after the military junta, they had 1 year of a democratically elected government, who then got overthrown by another military junta. Under pressure from the US, later Argentina declared war on the Axis powers. On the 27th of March, little late to the party. During the Rawson dictatorship, a relatively unknown military colonel named Juan Perón was named head of the Labor Department. Perón quickly managed to climb the political ladder, being named Minister of Defense by 1944. Being perceived as a political threat by rivals in the military and the conservative camp, he was forced to resign in 1945 and was arrested days later. He was finally released under mounting pressure from both his base and several allied unions. He would later become president after a landslide victory over the UCR in the 1946 general election as the Laborist candidate. Nice! The Labor Party, later renamed the Justicialist Party. God damn. The most powerful and influential party in Argentine history came into power with the rise of Juan Perón to the presidency in 1946. Interesting. Okay, let's learn a little bit about this Juan Perón guy. Gotta say, looking at him from here, not liking the vibes, to be honest with you. The, like, dinner jacket with the sun emblem on the sash, very drippy, but also looks very, I don't know, Mussolini-esque. You know what I mean? Very, like, yes, yes, yes. I don't know. He has the same face the sun has. Oh, shit, you're right. Wait. Oh, my God. It's the same face. He is the sun. Impressive. Okay, let's learn a little bit about this guy. It's John Argentina. I mean, basically, yeah, right? Okay. Let's learn a little bit about his childhood. Born 1895 in Roque Perez, Buenos Aires province, okay? Son of originally Spanish, but settled in Spanish Sardinia, from which great-grandparents, he had Spanish, British, and French ancestry. Always a red flag, right? Perón's great-grandfather became a successful shoe merchant in Buenos Aires, and his grandfather was a prosperous physician. His death in 1889 left his widow nearly destitute. His father purchased a sheep ranch. Juan himself was sent away in 1904 to a boarding school in Buenos Aires, directed by his paternal grandmother, where he received a strict Catholic upbringing. Okay, so far this guy's background seems like it's nothing but Hitler particles. He had, like, small business owner parents. He was raised strictly Catholic in a Latin American country, and he takes pride in his European ancestry, you know? I gotta say, the immediate vibes are not great. The youth entered the National Military College in 1911, age 16, and graduated in 1913. He excelled less in his studies than in athletics, particularly boxing and fencing. Cool. Began his military career, leading from his forestry, instructor's credential. In 1929, was appointed to the Army General Staff headquarters. He married his first wife, Aurelia Tizon, or potota, as Peron fondly called her. Does that mean potato? Did he call his first wife potato lovingly? That's so cute. I think that's very cute. No, that doesn't mean potato? What does that mean? It does not mean that? Then tell me what it means. Chat seems to believe it means potato. Big ass? It means big ass. Well, that's even better. Was it big? I mean, it might be. They became a couple, and Perón affectionately called her Potota, a childish play on the word preciosa, meaning precious. Oh, okay. Were you all saying it's fucking big? She's Latina, of course it's big. Okay, is she Latina? Because again, we're talking Argentina here. We genuinely, like, I don't know. Maybe. In French, they say mon petit chouchou, meaning my little cabbage. God, I fucking hate French. Unbelievable how much I hate that disgusting language. Vosh, yes, white Latinos are still Latinos. No, I agree, but it's very possible for a person in Argentina in this time to not even be Latin. like to be white and not Latin, right? You know, I'm just commenting on the preponderance of red flags in this guy's upbringing, okay? She was the daughter of Tomasa Erastarbe and Cipriano Tizon, which sound pretty Latina. Nah, those sound like German names to me. All right. Tizona Spanish, you fuck. I was joking, you fucking autist. Holy shit. Do you hear how I pronounce those names? Okay. Recruited by supporters of the director of the War Academy, General Jose Felix Uriburu, to collaborate in the latter's plans for a military coup against President Hipólito Yrigoyen of Argentina. Perón, who instead supported General Agustin Justa, was banished to a remote outpost. Okay, so early on this guy opposed a military coup, or he just supported another candidate for a military coup? No, this guy was just another coup guy. Okay, so Perón took sides in the coup, you know? He had strong opinions. Coupist infighting. He was promoted to the rank of major the following year and named the faculty of the Superior War General, time and assistance, and military attaché in the Argentine embassy in Chile. His wife was diagnosed with uterine cancer that year and died on the 10th of September, age 36. The couple had no children. Oh, that's really sad. The Argentine War Ministry assigned Perón to study mountain warfare in the Italian Alps in 1939. Dun, dun. Hold on, wait, guys. The red flags. Hey, don't mind me. Just going over to 1939 Italy to study military tactics. Attended the University of Turin for a semester and served as a military observer in countries across Europe, holding positions as a military attaché in Berlin and in Rome. He studied Mussolini's Italian fascism, Nazi Germany, and other European governments at the time, concluding in a summary, Apuntes de Historia Militar, Notes about Military History, first published in 1932, second edition 1934, that social democracy could be a viable alternative to liberal democracy, which he viewed as a veiled plutocracy, or to totalitarian regimes, which he viewed as oppressive. Wait, did he travel to fucking Nazi Germany to write a treatise on, like, third positionism, but the good kind? Like, he went over there and he was like, having studied the liberal democracy of the UK and the fascism of Germany, I've concluded that social democracy might be... Wait, hold on, that's the good ending. He goes over there and he's, like, sipping a cup of coffee and he's like, hold on, I think there might be issues with these ideologies. This guy literally did the reading Mein Kampf on the subway and shaking your head constantly so people know that you disagree with it. Like, traveling over to and learning from military advisors in Berlin and Rome in 1939 while shaking my head vigorously so people know I support social democracy instead. He did the Hegelian dialectic for real. Yeah, honestly, pretty impressive for a military officer to come away with that impression, you know? You'd think he'd just be, like, stunned by the, you know, martial efficiency of Nazi Germany or whatever. He went backwards through the right-wing pipeline? God damn. He returned to Argentina in 1941 and served as an army skiing instructor in Mendoza province. 1943 coup d'etat was led by Rosin against Ramon Castillo, who had assumed the presidency a little less than a year earlier as the vice president of Roberto Maria Ortiz following Ortiz's resignation due to illness. As a colonel, Perón took significant part in the military coup by the GOU, the United Officers Group, a secret society. Wait! Uh-oh. Wait, we're back in the red flag. A secret military society, which staged a coup d'etat. Hold on. Started to operate at some stage in the early 1940s after Colonel Juan Perón's return to Argentina from Europe in 1941. Perón wrote that people that came to join the GOU shared his ideas about the promotion of trade unions and labor rights. What? Dude, this guy is the most fucking, like, whiplash. This guy is the most fucking, like, it's so fucking over, we are so fucking back, historical, like, yeah, I went over to Mussolini's Italy and Nazi Germany to learn why social democracy was a preferable alternative to fascism. And then I came back home and founded a secret military club to commit a coup, and we united based on our shared interest in trade unionism. Like, what are you doing? Okay. This guy's doing a fucking bit, you know? Like, his whole thing is giving people whiplash reading his Wikipedia article. All I'm hearing is a multitude of vine booms. Literally, yeah. And he wanted to prevent further acts of electoral fraud in the manner of the infamous decade of 30 to 43. However, Perón was concerned the GOU might merely aim at carrying out a coup d'etat without planning in advance the social changes they intended to implement. Okay, all right. As with most secret societies, secrecy makes historians' work difficult. Little information exists about the GOU. Felipe Piña suggests GOU members were nationalist sympathizers of Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, but Noberto Galasso argues there is no conclusive evidence for that in the documents, reports, or confirmed events. Silvano Santander wrote the book Técnica de una traición, Technique of a Treason, with documents that would prove that Juan Domingo Perón and Eva Perón were agents of Nazism. Uruguayan Eduardo Victor Haida were accused as well, which motivated an investigation by the Uruguayan Congress. It turned out the documents used were forged. There is also a resolution supporting Adolf Hitler, but it is considered another forgery. What? Dude, literally, this whole wiki article, over and over and over again. Jesus Christ. It's fucking, yeah, wacky leftism, dude. Jesus. This guy's life story is like that, what the political compass, like, bouncing ball meme, you know? Fucking Colonel Perón. This meme was for sure made by a leftist. 100%, yeah. Okay, that's enough. It's enough copyright bait for one stream. Okay. Yeah. Any time you have like an ideological whiplash, okay, that's called a Peronist moment. All right. Okay. So we have learned about the secret military society he formed to start a coup, but in an anti-fascist way, actually. Against the conservative civilian government of Castillo, at first an assistant to Secretary of War General Edelmiro Farrell, under the administration of General Pedro Ramirez, he later became the head of the then insignificant Department of Labor. Perfect job for the guy. Perón's work in the Labor Department witnessed the passage of a broad range of progressive social reforms designed to improve working conditions, and led to an alliance with the socialist and syndicalist movements in the Argentine labor unions, which increased his power and influence in the military government. Huh. Okay. After the coup, socialists from the CGT N degree 1? What in the ever-loving fuck is this name? Number 1? That's just number 1? Okay. That's the way Spanish people type number 1. Number retard? Hold on, Dr. Strange. Are you failing the vibe check right now? Because you've been complaining an awful lot this stream. No, you're operating at about the median level for a VGGer, I think. How the fuck am I supposed to know that in Latin America they say number with a degree? This is degree in US English, like temperature, or possibly like degrees on a compass, maybe like angle. It's a different symbol. It's a tiny little up dot. What do you want? It's supposed to be like an O? Oh, well, I've never seen it before. It's pretty common in other places. I'm only an American. Look, literally, on Wikipedia, degree symbol. A little dot, little circle. Degrees of temperature or resident degrees of an arc. Go further down. I'm not denying that you guys use it differently. I'm just saying this is why I assumed it meant degree. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that as an American, this is the only way I've ever seen that symbol used. It's a superscript O, not a degree symbol. It says right here, degree symbol! CGT N degree symbol 1 labor union through mercantile labor leader Angel Borlengui and railway union lawyer Juan Etilio Bramuglia made contact with Perón and fellow GOU colonel Domingo Mercante. They established an alliance to promote labor laws that had long been demanded by the workers' movement to strengthen the unions and to transform the Department of Labor into a more significant government office. Perón had the Department of Labor elevated to a cabinet-level secretariat in November 43. Holy shit! Dude, this guy and his gigantic balls, fucking working with the secret society and the military, elevating the Department of Labor to a cabinet position? Jesus. Goddamn. Following the devastating 1944 San Juan earthquake, which claimed over 10,000 lives and leveled the Andes Range city, holy shit, Perón became nationally prominent in relief efforts. Okay, so he springboarded off a disaster, pretty common way to attain popularity. Junta leader Pedro Ramirez entrusted fundraising efforts to him, and Perón marshaled celebrities from Argentina's large film industry and other public figures. Okay, this guy, Pedro Ramirez, like, they are doing a terrible job of identifying potential threats within their underlings, you know? Like, hey, here's an extremely ambitious guy. You know, we don't know that he participated in a previous coup. He runs a secret military society. He traveled around the world. He wrote a book on the viability of social democracy, then elevated the power of the Department of Labor, and now he's gaining a bunch of attention after the fucking San Juan earthquake, and I'm gonna give him a bunch of money in order to help. Are you... Dude, holy shit. Do you know? Do you know? Do you want to be shot in the back of the head? Oh my god. For months, a giant thermometer hung from the Buenos Aires obelisk to track the fund rating. I wonder what symbol they use to indicate the degrees. Buenos Aires obelisk. Huh. Didn't know this existed. That's pretty big. That is indeed an obelisk, yeah. Nice obelisk. Built by the German company. Completed its work in a record time of 31 days? Dude, we used to know how to build things. By we, I mean all humans, I guess. What the fuck? We can't even repave a street in 31 weeks now, and now it's like, okay. They speed ran that shit. We used to build obelisks. That's the real problem with modern society. Not enough obelisks. God damn! To be fair, it's Germans, they're efficient. Germans used to build obelisk in 31 days. Now they can't even build functioning EU member state in 31 years. No, nothing. Oh, look, top surgery scars. Trans representation. If there's one thing Latin America has in common, it's that they love football. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The degree to which Latin America likes football like scares me. Like unironically, I feel like we would have like a rumbling situation under the wrong circumstances where like they would just march across the world and flatten all civilization in their wake if they got like a bad outcome or something, or I don't know, like because like the what's the organization called? Is it FIFA? Those guys are corrupt as fuck, man. Like, if we're gonna take down that corruption, or what if we make everyone mad in Latin America? Like, they're gonna kill us. They're gonna fucking kill us. No, they all hate FIFA too. Oh, okay, that's good. Okay. The effort's success and relief for earthquake victims earned Perón's widespread public approval. At this time, he met a minor radio matinee star, Eva Duarte. Named Eva. Curious. Following President Ramirez's January 1944 suspension of diplomatic relations with the Axis powers, against whom the new junta would declare war in March 45, the GOU junta unseated him in favor of General Edelmiro Ferrer. For contributing to his success, Perón was appointed Vice President and Secretary of War. While retaining his labor portfolio, as Minister of Labor, Perón established the INPS, the first National Social... thought it said National Socialist for a second. Insurance system in Argentina. Settled industrial disputes in favor of labor unions, as long as their leaders pledged political allegiance to him. Oh, no, no, no. Hold on. Guy, wait, is this guy literally just like the Argentina Huey Long? Is that literally this fucking guy? I think it might be. I think this guy might just be Argentine Huey Long. Oh, that's such an easy way of thinking about it. It tracks perfectly. Oh, man. Who's Huey Long? America's Juan Perón. And introduced a wide range of social welfare benefits for unionized workers. Employers were forced to improve working conditions and to provide severance pay and accident compensation. The conditions under which workers could be dismissed were restricted. A system of labor courts to handle the grievances of workers were established. The working day was reduced in various industries, and paid holidays and vacations were generalized to the entire workforce. Perón also passed a law providing minimum wages, maximum hours, and vacations for rural workers, froze rural rents, presided over a large increase in rural wages, and helped lumber, wine, sugar, and migrant workers organize themselves. Turning out pretty good so far. From 43 to 46, real wages grew by only 4%, but in 45, Perón established 2 new institutions that would later increase wages. The aguinaldo, a bonus that provided each worker with a lump sum at the end of the year, accounting to 1/12 the annual wage, and the National Institute of Compensation, which implemented a minimum wage and collected data on living standards, prices, and wages. Leveraging his authority on behalf of striking abattoir workers and the right to unionize, Perón became increasingly thought of as presidential material. Okay, I can already see the issues here. I can already see the issues here. Unfortunately, I already see where this is going to go. You can tell just from this, I feel. Argentina is not a first world country. It's not America, it's not the UK or whatever. There are consequences to improving conditions for the working people. You have to balance out your labor right development with smart measures that increase or at least maintain levels of investment and maintain like a strong economy internationally. Make sure that your like import and exports are doing well. What I'm feeling like, what this feels like, is he's basically like doing a bunch of good things without the meat to back it up. Like a lot of these decisions feel like they make you very popular very quickly, and it's like, oh, why didn't people do that before, you know? But then it's like, okay, you know, this has to be substantiated. It has to be sort of materially supported by a very robust economy. It's not enough, you know, to just redistribute wealth from the government. No, Vosh, Argentina had a similar development index to the USA and England at this time. Like in terms of like import and export markets, what was their economy like in 1940? Argentina economy 1940. I mean, their economy did go downhill, so we know that at some point that did happen. By 1913, Argentina was among the world's 10 wealthiest states per capita. God damn. Outgrew Canada and Australia in population, total income, and per capita income. Beginning in the 30s, the Argentine economy deteriorated notably because of military junta. In macroeconomic terms, Argentina was one of the most stable and conservative countries until the Great Depression, after which it turned into one of the most unstable. Successive governments from the 30s to 70s pursued a strategy of import substitution to achieve industrial self-sufficiency, but the government's encouragement of industrial growth diverted investment from agricultural production, which fell dramatically. Interesting. Holy shit. Look at this US dollar Argentina currency exchange rate graph. Oh my god. Look at that inflation, dude. Holy shit. Zoom. Yeah, I feel like so developing labor rights is not necessarily something which happens to the detriment of your economic development. That's like liberal horseshit. That's like austerity policy bullshit. That being said, I guess I'll see how it goes. I mean, we'll see how it goes, right? It is possible to like sort of economically shock a country with labor developments in a way that leads to like a decrease in foreign investment or whatever else. That's my like red flag here, but I guess we'll see how it turns out. What about the tiger economy's built-in protectionist policies? Sure, but I don't think Argentina did that. I don't think they did a full-on like fucking. Well, they did to an extent, right? Because we just read the little wiki blurb right there, where it said they try to focus more on like internal industrial development. I don't think they did it to the same extent, though. I mean, I guess we'll see. On the 18th of September 1945, he delivered an address billed as From Work to Home, From Home to Work. The speech, prefaced by an excoriation of the conservative opposition, provoked an ovation by declaring that, quote, "We've passed social reforms to make Argentine people proud to live where they live once again." This move fed growing rivalries against Perón, and on the 9th of October, he was forced to resign by opponents within the armed forces. Arrested 4 days later, he was released due to mass demonstrations organized by the CGT and other supporters. The 17th of October was later commemorated as Loyalty Day. His paramour, Eva Duarte, became hugely popular after helping organize the demonstration. Known as Evita, she helped Perón gain support with labor and women's groups. She and Perón were married on the 22nd of October. They married like right after he got out of prison? That's so cute. Thank you, Demon Dice. She saved his ass? That's super cute. God damn. I mean, they did say that she was a celebrity, right? Like a minor celebrity. Holy shit, the mystery. Eva's 1951 biography, La Razón de mi Vida, contains no dates or references to childhood occurrences and does not list the location of her birth or her name at birth. All right. Playing it secret. CIA agent. All right. No, this is like one of those girls that sees criminals in prison and say, I can fix him. Let's be fair. Pretty much all women are like that. The only women who aren't like that are the ones who would see a girl in prison and say, I can fix her, you know? Just a kind of gender-based brain damage. Vosh, is scrolling through your through a Wikipedia article your idea of research? Yes. You can expand on that by going into further sources, but yeah, reading a wiki article on basically any subject will tell you more about that subject than like 99.9% of people have. Like, you know, it'll give you a lot more info than most people have, to be sure. Now, depending on the specificity of the subject, you will want to go into more like direct detail. For instance, if you want to learn more about the history of Peronism, that's definitely something, or sorry, Peronism, that's definitely something that you could like do a wiki article rundown for, maybe like, you know, like a couple of blurbs or like, you know, secondary sources where people cover existing information. That's fine. That's okay. Unless you want to be like a scholar on it, you know. If you want to go into something really specific and detailed, for example, like maybe you want to do research on the effects that worker democracies have on capitalist economies, well, you can read the Wikipedia section on that, but for that one, I would recommend delving into the data. You know, I have a whole research document. I've gone over plenty of like academic articles on subjects like wealth inequality, the effect of immigration on domestic wages, you know, transgender issues and ideology, stuff like that, you know? It really depends on what you're trying to learn, but it almost always starts with superficial research, and that means usually Wikipedia articles, because like, yeah, that's what Wikipedia is for. Wikipedia is a modern marvel. It is like the last major non-commercialized site where you are provided essentially infinite information for nothing. It's like a marvel of the world, and it's running out of money. It's running out of money. I donated. If you can donate to Wikipedia, I recommend that you do. Because like, I really do not want them to be fucking declare bankruptcy and be bought up by someone else. Honestly, they should be nationalized. Like the resources for Wikipedia's running should be provided by the state. It's ridiculous that they have to beg for money when they provide so many people so much good. It's honestly a great example of like the irrationality of allocating resources based on spending, because Wikipedia is like a bedrock of modern civilization, but nobody wants to pay for it, you know? Nope. I heard Wikipedia isn't actually running out of money. I'm sure they're not like running out on a day-to-day basis, but I do believe them when they say they need money. I mean, Wikipedia should have like they need enough money in the bank to like, you know, hold down the fort during rough times. All right. Perón's candidacy on the Labour Party ticket announced the day after the 17th of October, 1945 mobilization. A lot of server upkeep. Wikipedia costs a lot of money to maintain. Anyway, became a lightning rod that rallied unusually diverse opposition against it. The majority of the centrist Radical Civic Union, the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, and most of the conservative National Autonomous Party had already been forged into a fractious alliance in June by interests in the financial sector and the Chamber of Commerce. Wait, really? The Socialist and Communist parties were mobilized by interests in the financial sector and the Chamber of Commerce, united solely by the goal of keeping Perón from the Casa Rosada. Fucking why? What were you doing? They followed the political line of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The PCA organized the sending of volunteers to the international brigades and other resources to the Second Spanish Republic during the Spanish Civil War. Victorio Codevilla, who led the PCA's 8th Congress in 1928, advised the Communist Party of Spain on behalf of the Comintern during this period. He was also responsible for organizing local NKVD agents in Spain and directing the persecution, torture, and murder of militant anarchists. Great. Fucking great. I fucking love communists, dude. They're so fucking good, man. Definitely not just fucking fascists. Every single fucking time, dude. Every single fucking time. Jesus fucking Christ. For example, Codevilla was responsible for organizing the murder of Leon Trotsky. Wait, this was the guy? The murder of Leon Trotsky was organized by the fucking Argentine Communist Party leader? That guy? Well, it's not like I give a fuck about Trotsky. He was just as bad as Stalin. I thought he was killed in Mexico. I mean, he was. Anyway, dude, literally fuck. Listen, okay? Love communism. Fuck communists. Every single fucking time. Worst people in the world. Jesus Christ. Every single time. It's like I say, you go on Twitter, and if somebody in their bio has socialist, that means they're a socialist. If they have communist, that means they're a fascist, and they think that Putin is leading like a workers' vanguard against global capitalism. So no surprise why they organized against Perón. What about the Socialist Party? This split with the Communist Party, okay. Doesn't even say much about their shit. Whatever. Maybe that says something about communism itself. Yeah, it needs better fucking advocates. Anyway. Organizing a massive kickoff rally in front of Congress on the 8th of December, the Democratic Union nominated Jose Tamburini and Enrique Mosca, two prominent UCR congressmen. Never forget, okay? The greatest blow to global communism was not the fall of the USSR, but its creation, all right? The USSR was never communist. Its leaders never believed in communism. They never wanted communism. Vanguardism is completely incompatible with communism. Marxism-Leninism is fake. It's just fascism. Marxism would have denounced it. It's not real. It's fake. It's just another way of creating an authoritarian government. The alliance failed to win over several prominent lawmakers, such as Congressman Ricardo Balbin and Arturo Frondizi, and former Cordoba Governor Amadio Sabatini, all of whom nailing it with these names, all of whom opposed the union's ties to conservative interest. In a bid to support their campaign, U.S. Ambassador Spria Braden published a white paper, otherwise known as the Blue Book, that's two different colors, accusing Perón, President Farrell, and others of fascist ties. Fluent in Spanish, Braden addressed Democratic Union rallies in person, but his move backfired when Perón summarized the election as a choice between Perón or Braden. He also rallied further support by responding to the Blue Book with his own Blue and White Book, which was a play on the Argentine flag colors and focused on the antagonism of Yankee imperialism. Yes! Absolutely! He persuaded the president to sign the nationalization of the central bank and the extension of mandatory Christmas bonuses, actions that contributed to his decisive victory. Perón and his running mate, Hortensio Quijano, leveraged popular support to victory over a radical civic union-led opposition alliance by about 11% in the 46 elections. God damn. When Perón became president on the 4th of June, 1946, his two stated goals were social justice, woke, and economic independence. These two goals avoided Cold War entanglements from choosing between capitalism and socialism, but he had no concrete means to achieve those goals. Perón instructed his economic advisors to develop a 5-year plan, oh, that sounds pretty communist, with the goals of increasing workers' pay, achieving full employment, stimulating industrial growth of over 40% while diversifying the sector, then dominated by food processing, and greatly improving transportation, communication, energy, and social infrastructure in the private as well as public sectors. Okay. As a set of like initial policies, this seems pretty good. This guy will just say anything to get stronger. Well, Perón hasn't done or said anything inconsistent yet. So far, all of his goals seem pretty consistent. So, you know, I mean, we'll see how this fucks up, I guess. But, I mean, pretty base so far. Why is it always 5 years? It's just satisfying. Bolshevik Y2K, so far, yes. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Perón's planning prominently included political considerations. That's hard to say quickly. Numerous military allies were fielded as candidates, notably Colonel Domingo Mercante, who, when elected governor of the paramount province of Buenos Aires, became renowned for his housing program. Having brought him to power, the General Confederation of Labor was given overwhelming support by the new administration, which introduced labor courts and filled its cabinet with labor union appointees, such as Juan Atilio Bramuglia of the Foreign Ministry and Angel Borlenghi of the Interior Ministry, which in Argentina oversees law enforcement. I really don't like the idea of the Ministry of the Interior also managing law enforcement. I don't like that at all. That's not a lot of nations do that. Really? In the United States, there isn't really that much federal oversight when it comes to law enforcement. It's usually like highly federalized and done locally. Is that true? That's super common? Okay, I don't like that. A lot of nations do that and it's bad. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't like that. Do you think policing should be nationalized? No. Yeah, and look how terrible our law enforcement is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could be moved on this. Maybe I do think it'd be better for policing to be managed by that. No, I don't. I guess the problem is that police have a fascist element to them, whether or not they're like local or federally controlled. The FBI are literally federal police. Well, yeah. But, sorry, does the Interior Ministry just manage like a small separate federal police thing? Or with all the local police still kept local? Like, I'm not saying there aren't American federal police, but also our Department of the Interior doesn't run the FBI. But yeah, you know. It is worth noting, though, that the FBI, for all their faults, are less like... If you could, like, distill the amount of Hitler particles in any given FBI agent, I think it would be less than the number in any given police officer. So, meh. I don't know. Like, feds are really bad, but local cops are really bad, too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's complicated. Maybe I could be moved on that. Maybe it would be better for us to have, like, way more federal control of police. I'm not sure. It also made room for amenable wealthy industrialists like Central Bank President Miguel Miranda and socialists such as José Figueroa, a Spanish economist who had years earlier advised the nation's ill-fated regime of Miguel Primo de Rivera's. Intervention of their behalf by Perón's appointees encouraged the CGT to call strikes in the face of employers reluctant to grant benefits or honor new labor legislation. Strike activity, with 500,000 working days lost in 45, leapt to 2 million in 46 and over 3 million in 47. Holy shit! Literally like federally encouraged striking. Holy fucking based. Helping wrest needed labor reforms, though permanently aligning large employers against the Peronists. See, that's the problem. That's the fucking problem, isn't it? You know, you do shit like this, you align business interests against you every single time. There's no way to keep business interests on your side while also being super duper pro worker. Labor unions grew in ranks from around 500,000 to over 2 million by 1950, primarily in the CGT, which has since been Argentina's paramount labor union. As the country's labor force numbered around 5 million people at the time, the Argentina's labor force was the most unionized in South America. God damn. Are you saying they shouldn't do that, or they need to do more to counter the capitalists? They need to do more to counter the capitalists. You can't, like, nicely, and there's no way to be like a pro-labor leader in a way that doesn't make enemies of the business class. So you need to deal with the business class. You need to weaken them politically so that they can't, like, turn against you. Like, for all of their faults, this is something that China has done correctly. The Chinese government is fascist, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're, like, good for labor rights or whatever. However, the Chinese government has done a pretty good job of, like, reining in corporations that act against national interest. Unfortunately, their national interest is not the well-being of their working class. If it was, they'd be based. But they're not, so... Vosh, is he chaotically morally neutral? Guys, so far Perón has pretty much only done good things. I'm sure we're gonna read more bad stuff in the future, but right now it seems like he was an incredibly effective and intelligent, like, agent of labor rights, you know? I know it'll go downhill, but, like, so far, this is pretty good. Wasn't he a dictator, though? No, he was elected. I mean, he was part of, like, a secret military coup group, but it seems like basically everyone in government at the time was either doing a coup or part of the next coup, so... Yeah, all the cool kids were doing it. He was originally elected. Yeah, like I said, we're getting to it. I'm saying so far, and people in chat are like, okay, well, what about stuff that happened in the future? I don't know. You're watching me read this. Just so you know, it gets ugly later on. I know! It's okay. During the first half of the 20th century, a widening gap had existed between the classes. Perón helped to close it through the increases of wages and employment, making the nation more pluralistic and less reliant on foreign trade. Before taking office in 46, Perón took dramatic steps which he believed would result in a more economically independent Argentina, better insulated from events such as World War II. He thought there would be another international war. He was right. The reduced availability of imports and the war's beneficial effects on both the quantity and price of Argentine exports had combined to create a 1.7 billion USD surplus during those years. God damn. In his first 2 years in office, Perón nationalized the central bank, based, and paid off its billion-dollar debt to the Bank of England, based, nationalized the railways, based, mostly owned by British and French companies. Holy shit, how fucking huge do your balls have to be to nationalize railways owned by the British and the French back in fucking 1946 or whatever? Oh my god. Yeah, we're yoink. Like, Castro did this, and it led to, like, a 70-year blood debt from America, you know? Merchant marine, universities, public utilities, public transport, then mostly tramways, and most significantly, created a single purchaser for the nation's mostly export-oriented grains and oilseeds, the Institute for the Promotion of Trade. Single purchaser for the nation's mostly export-oriented grains and oilseeds. Wait, so they could export it themselves, or so they could distribute it internally? The IAPI wrested control of Argentina's famed grain export sector from entrenched conglomerates such as Bunge y Born, but when commodity prices fell after 1948, it began shortchanging growers. Uh-oh. IAPI profits were used to fund welfare projects, while internal demand was encouraged by a large wage increase from workers. Average real wages rose by about 35% from 45 to 49, while during that same period, labor's share of national income rose from 40% to 49%. Okay. Access to health care was made a universal right by the Workers' Bill of Rights enacted on the 24th of February, 1947, subsequently incorporated into the 1949 Constitution, while Social Security was extended to virtually all members of the Argentine working class. From 46 to 51, the number of Argentinians covered by Social Security more than tripled, so that in 51, more than 5 million people, 70% of the economically active population, were covered by Social Security. Health insurance also spread to new industries, including banking and metalworking. Between 59 and 49, real wages went up 22%, fell between 49 and 52, then increased again from 53 to 55, ending up at least 30% higher than in 46. In proportional terms, wages rose from 41% of national income to 49%. The boost in the real incomes of workers was encouraged by government policies such as the enforcement of minimum wage laws, controls on the price of food, and other basic consumption items that extended housing credits to workers. Whew! Okay, this is like a colossal list of dubs right here. This is like all-time world fame shit right here. Like this first term 46 to 52 domestic policy. That is a powerful lineup of dubs, you know? Foreign policy and adversaries. Perón first articulated his foreign policy the third way in 49. Okay. This policy was developed to avoid the binary Cold War divisions and keep other world powers, such as the United States and Soviet Union, as allies rather than enemies. He restored diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, severed since the Bolshevik Revolution in 17, and opened grain sales to the shortage-stricken Soviets. Like, like the original wave of third positionism was fascists going, hey, what if there was an alternative to either liberal democracy or communism? And now he's doing what if there was an alternative to communism or liberal democracy, but it's social democracy this time? Shouldn't it be the fourth way because he's rejecting fascism as well? Yeah, that's also a euphemism for fascist in Western politics, Lavdi. U.S. policy restricted Argentine growth during the Perón years by placing embargoes on Argentina. Man, I sure do love the United States fucking up everything good that's ever happened in Latin America. The U.S. hoped to discourage the nation in its pursuit of becoming economically sovereign during a time when the world was divided into influence spheres. Yep, sorry, you're in Latin America and it's the Cold War. It's time for America to fuck everything up. U.S. interests feared losing their stake as they had large commercial investments vested in Argentina through the oil and meat packing industries, besides being a mechanical goods provider to Argentina. His ability to effectively deal with points of contention abroad was equally hampered by Perón's own mistrust of potential rivals, which harmed foreign relations with Juan Atilio Bramuglia's 1949 dismissal. Who? Argentine labor lawyer who served as Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, I remember this guy. The rising influence of American diplomat George F. Kennan, a staunch anti-communist and champion of containment, fed U.S. suspicions that Argentine goals for economic sovereignty and neutrality were Perón's disguise for a resurgence of communism in the Americas. Let's go, USA! The U.S. Congress took a dislike to Perón and his government. In 1948, they excluded Argentine exports from the Marshall Plan and the landmark Truman administration effort to combat communism and help rebuild war-torn European nations by offering U.S. aid. This contributed to Argentine financial crises after 48, and according to Perón biographer Joseph Page, the Marshall Plan drove a final nail into the coffin that bore Perón's ambitions to transform Argentina into industrial power. The policy deprived Argentina of potential agricultural markets in Western Europe to the benefit of Canadian exporters, for example. Nice, 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 nice. As efforts with the U.S. deteriorated, Perón made efforts to mitigate the misunderstandings, which were made easier after President Harry Truman replaced the hostile Braden with Ambassador George Messersmith. Perón negotiated the release of Argentine assets in the U.S. in exchange for preferential treatment for U.S. goods, followed by Argentine ratification of the Act of Chapultepec, a centerpiece of Truman's Latin America policy. He even proposed the enlistment of Argentine troops in the Korean War in 1950 under UN auspices, a move retracted in the face of public opposition. Perón was opposed to borrowing from foreign credit markets, preferring to float bonds domestically. He refused to enter the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, a precursor to the World Trade Organization or the International Monetary Fund. We stand a principled motherfucker. Believing that international sports created goodwill, however, Perón hosted the 1950 World Basketball Championship and 1951 Pan American Games, both of which Argentine athletes won resoundingly. Ooh, sorry, international sports only create goodwill if the other team wins. If you fucking dunk on them, literally, it doesn't do that, actually. He also sponsored numerous notable athletes, including 5-time Formula One world champion Juan Manuel Fangio, who, without this funding, would have most likely never competed in Europe. Perón's bid to host the 56 Summer Olympics in Buenos Aires was defeated by the International Olympic Committee by 1 vote. Economic success was short-lived. Following a recovery period from 33 to 45, from 46 to 43, Argentina gained benefits from Perón's 5-year plans. The GDP expanded by over a fourth during that brief boom, about as much as it had during the previous decade. Using roughly half of the US $1.7 billion in reserves inherited from wartime surplus for nationalizations, economic development agencies devoted most of the other half to finance both public and private investment. The roughly 70% jump in domestic fixed investment was accounted for mostly by industrial growth in the private sector. All this much-needed activity exposed an intrinsic weakness in the plan. It subsidized growth, which, in the short term, led to a wave of imports of the capital goods that local industry could not supply. Whereas the end of World War II, it allowed Argentine exports to rise from 700 million US to 1.6 billion US, Perón's changes led to skyrocketing imports from US 300 million to US 1.6 billion and erased the surplus. Yeah, this is a consistent issue. If you want to be independent, you have to be really careful about your development on your reliance on industrial development that you can't supply the materials for, like, locally, you know? You have to be really, really careful about that, because if the rest of the world cuts you off, you kind of lose the ability to, like stimulate that growth. I guess he did try to move development from the agricultural sector over to the industrial sector, so maybe there were efforts undertaken to address that, but, yeah. That's really tough. Perón's bid for economic independence was further complicated by a number of inherited external factors. Great Britain owed Argentina around 150 million pounds sterling, nearly 650 million USD, from agricultural imports to that nation during the war. The debt was mostly in the form of Argentine central bank reserves, were deposited in the Bank of England. The money was useless to the Argentine government because the treaty allowed the Bank of England to hold the funds in trust, something British planners could not compromise on as a result of the country's debts under the Land Lease Act. Okay. The nation's need for U.S.-made capital goods increased. Man, how little things change, huh? Remember how desperate Milei is for foreign investment? Though ongoing limits to the central bank's availability of hard currency hampered access to them. Argentina's pound sterling surpluses were convertible. Okay, this is more complicated economic stuff. Hold on. Perón accepted the transfer of over 24,000 kilometers of British-owned railways in exchange for the debt in March 48. Political distrust between U.S. and the government. Argentine foreign exchange earnings via its exports U.S. fell, turning a 100 million USD surplus to the United States into a 300 million deficit. The combined pressure practically devoured Argentina's liquid reserves, and Miranda issued a temporary restriction the outflow of dollars to U.S. banks. The nationalization of the Port of Buenos Aires and domestic and foreign-owned private cargo ships, as well as the purchase of others, nearly tripled the national merchant marine ship to 1.2 million tons displacement, reduced the need for over $100 million in U.S. shipping fees. Deficit. Huh. Exports fell sharply, due in part to a deterioration in terms of trade of about a third. The central bank was forced to devalue the peso at an unprecedented rate. The peso lost around 70% of its value from early 1948 to early 1950, leading to a decline in the imports fueling industrial growth and recession. Dude, it is so fucking cool how nothing good is possible unless you're like America or a few countries that aren't America. Because if you ever try to do anything good, the entire world is like, yeah, I don't know, that sounds like communism, and it sounds like we're not going to be able to invest, so yeah, we're not going to play ball with you anymore. And then everything fucking dies. This is why protectionism is not good. Well, no, this isn't even protectionism. Not really. The problem here is that Argentina was too reliant on other countries. Like, if anything, they should have been more protectionist. Maybe the best way to avoid this would have been to restructure the Argentine economy in such a way where he would have had much slower domestic growth, but he could have relied entirely on like locally sourced resources. Another big issue is that at this time, Argentina didn't really have many allies locally, right? Like, was because the rest of Latin America wasn't exactly doing great. I mean, Chile, Brazil, it's not like they could have like developed a fucking local trading group or whatever to their own interest. America was cooing shit left and right during this time in Latin America. But the more you close off your economy and the more protectionist you get, the more likely America is to kill your fucking leaders. So, yeah. Should he have been slower with his changes? It seems to me like it would have been a good idea to dial things a little bit more slowly when it comes to international investment, and also to develop things domestically in a way that could be sort of supported and supplemented and managed by local industry rather than... I mean, a big part of it is staying on good terms with the USA, frankly. Like, that is a huge part of it, you know? Yeah, exactly, Bolshevik Y2K. Like, it is almost impossible to develop as like an independent protectionist nation that is strong and stable if the United States is actively opposing your development. Thanks, Lily Cram. It's not impossible, I'm sure. It's just really difficult. Yeah, dark matter. I don't know how much could reasonably be done there. Any ideas? How would you get the US on their side? I don't know if there's anything you could do to get the US on your side. It might be impossible. However, here's an idea. Okay? Here's an idea. All right? Aggressively cultivate the interests. No. Promote pro-labor action, but don't reshuffle your economy in a way that completely reduces your dependency on foreign markets. Instead, try to become a net exporter by developing a local industrial sector that can supplement your needs for imports while exporting, in this case, large amounts of what is it they exported? Like oil, meat, agricultural stuff, grain, you know? Focus on that and continue selling it at on a global market at a low price, and supplement the low price by using the federal government's reserves to pay the workers so they meet par with the rest of the country's wages. That way, the rest of the world can still benefit from like cheap Argentine exports, but domestically, the working base can become stronger because they're being supplemented by wages paid out by the state, which it seems like he was already doing to an extent. If you do that and you develop slowly to a point where you're able to build up a sort of local industrial sector that allows you to develop without relying on imports, maybe you could structure things as a bit more of an economic power. The big issue is that if you no longer export as much, if you reduce your exports, other countries no longer have a strong incentive to play by your terms, right? If Argentina reduces all of the exports that other countries relied on them for, then like, what's the point in getting along with them? They're not relying on you for anything anymore, right? There's no more leverage. So what you want to do is make sure other countries continue to rely on your cheap exports, but do so in a way that allows you to slowly dial up the pressure to be treated more as like Canada as an exporter in terms of like agricultural goods, or America, you know, a country that can fight on level playing field, rather than like, you know, just some Latin American country that you could sort of extort resources from. And over time, maybe you could sort of like leverage that into a position of stability. But even then, I don't know. So become Taiwan? Well, Taiwan did do a lot of good economically, that's sure. That's for sure. Wouldn't the U.S. still kick in the door if they felt that protectionism would prevent foreign investment? Well, what I'm describing isn't really protectionism. It's a kind of like, there are elements of protectionism that I'm advocating for, but if the U.S. is antagonistic to protectionist elements of your government, you have to try to dial things in a way that prevents you from getting fucking murdered, right? Would you say these are similar circumstances here with regards to like Thomas Sankara? Well, the shit Thomas Sankara went through is basically what every country outside of the Western hegemon goes through, you know? Like, Thomas Sankara was just dealing with it from the lowest end of the economic spectrum, but it's the same basic issue all around the world. The West does not want you to develop locally. They want you to be dependent on them. That's just my guess, though, you know? It's possible nothing could have been done. It's entirely possible, and I hate to say it, that in Latin America during the 1950s, you maybe just had to play ball and be like a simp for America, at least to some extent, because the alternative might just be like they starve your country or kill you. Like it might be that simple. Like it's possible that early Cold War America from like 1950s to like, you know, at least like the late 70s, it might be that is just not a time period during which you can develop labor in like a meaningful way globally, right? Like not saying it's good, just like there might just be a sword of Damocles hanging over your head where the only way to like resist that is to join with the Soviet Union. And what happens to Soviet Union sympathizers or even people who act like them in Latin America during the Cold War, right? They get fucking killed. So, you know. Do we know of any coups the USSR did or tried? Oh yeah, they did plenty. The USSR was willing to provide a lot of money and a lot of resources to countries that said they were on their side. They were very naive with the people they supported. Like they gave money to Saddam Hussein because Saddam Hussein was like, yeah, I'm a socialist actually. But no, the USSR killed and couped a lot of people. I mean, the invasion of Afghanistan being a pretty clear example. Hungary, yeah. All right. Short of central bank reserves, Peron was forced to borrow $125 million from the U.S. Export-Import Bank to cover a number of private banks' debts to U.S. institutions, without which their insolvency would have become a central bank liability. Austerity and better harvests in 1950 helped finance a recovery in 51, but inflation, having risen from 13% to 31% in 49, reached 50% in late 51 before stabilizing, and a second sharper recession soon followed. Workers' purchasing power by 52 had declined 20% from its 48 high, and GDP, having leapt by a fourth during Peron's first 2 years, saw zero growth from 48 to 52. The U.S. economy, by contrast, grew by around a fourth in the same interim. Yeah, because the U.S. was having a post-war economic boom, getting to trade with all their European buddies, whereas Argentina got locked out of that market because they were worried that Argentina was being communist or something. After 52, however, wages began rising in real terms once more. The increasing frequency of strikes, increasingly directed against Perón as the economy slid into stagflation in late 54, was dealt with through the expulsion of organizers from the CGT ranks. To consolidate his political grasp on the eve of colder economic winds, Perón called for a broad constitutional reform in September. The elected convention, whose opposition members soon resigned, approved the wholesale replacement of the 1853 Constitution of Argentina with a new Magna Carta in March, explicitly guaranteeing social reforms, but also allowing the mass nationalization of natural resources and public services, as well as the re-election of the president. Wait, allowing the re-election of the president? Did Argentina previously have one-term presidencies? Like, it doesn't say mandate the re-election. It says allow the... It did? Interesting. I've never heard of a one-term presidency. That's kind of weird. I don't like that. You should have at least 2 terms. Mexico is like that? That's weird to me. Otherwise, what's the difference between having a good leader and a bad leader? Like, there's no difference, right? Like, you have a bad leader, oh, they have 6 years. You have a good leader, like, oh, they have 6 years. Made record investments in Argentina's infrastructure. Invested over $100 million to modernize the railways. He nationalized a number of small regional air carriers, forcing them into Aerolíneas Argentinas in 1950. The airline, equipped with 36 new DC-3 and 4 aircraft, was supplemented with a new international airport and a 22-kilometer freeway into Buenos Aires. This freeway was followed by one in Rosario and Santa Fe. Perón had mixed success in expanding the country's inadequate electrical grid, which grew by only 1/4 during his tenure. He installed hydroelectric capacity, which leapt from 45 to 350 megawatts during his first term, about 1/5 of the total public grid. He promoted the fossil fuel industry by ordering these resources nationalized, inaugurating Rio Turbio, Argentina's only active coal mine, having natural gas flared by the state, completion of a gas pipeline. The pipeline was, at the time, the longest in the world. Oil production rose, but since most manufacturing was powered by on-site generators and the number of motor vehicles grew by 1/3, the need for oil imports... Ooh, okay, that's a big issue. Since most manufacturing was powered by on-site generators, that means the electrical grid isn't well developed. Like, that means that if you wanted to do something out there, like, you needed a fucking generator that you're refilling with gasoline or whatever, as opposed to just, like, connecting it to a power grid. That's indicative of, like, infrastructural issues. Maybe it would have been a better idea to dial back on some of the, like, highway stuff. Well, no, highways are pretty important at this point in development. I don't know. Hindsight's 2020. This was during, like, the 1940s and 50s. They didn't know much about traffic at the time. Just noticed that Vosh is once again trending on Twitter, was curious as to why, and it turns out it's mostly Chilean ANCAPs with lolly profile pictures being mad about his last video. Yes, my last video said that Milei is a disaster for Argentina, and there was like a 10K liked post saying like, as if Peronism wasn't a disaster for Argentina before, and it's all like right-winger Latin Americans. That's why we're doing this stream, by the way. So we're going to find out how much of a disaster Peronism is. Worth noting, by the way, that Peronism seems to have had a pretty complicated decline in Argentina. Like, Argentina was fucked beforehand, you know, unstable due to like a bunch of successive military dictatorships. Peronism certainly seems to have a mixed history, whereas Milei has been a leader for like 1 month and the country is already collapsing. So, you know, just... Peronism's government, remembered for its record social investments, he introduced a Ministry of Health to the cabinet. Artemy! How do you feel about Peronism's legacy in Argentina? He's purring so hard. That boy. Depends on the cat, Mind Forge. Okay. He introduced a Ministry of Health to the cabinet. Its first head, the neurologist Ramon Carrillo, oversaw the completion of over 4,200 healthcare facilities. Holy shit. Related works included construction of more than 1,000 kindergartens and over 8,000 schools, including several hundred technological, nursing, and teacher schools, among an array of other public investments. Fuck, dude, it really seems like the big mistake that Peron made was angering the U.S. That's so annoying. Fuck. So much of this would have worked if they had not been kicked out of the global market and like frozen, you know, with international relations. Like a lot of this would have gone so much better. You got to run slower, you know? I guess. The Minister of Public Works oversaw the construction of 650,000 new public sector homes, as well as of the international airport, one of the largest in the time. Yeah, Buenos Aires Airport is still really like famous for how big it is, right? The reactivation of the dormant national mortgage bank spurred private sector housing development, averaging over 8 units per 1,000 inhabitants. The pace was, at the time, on par with that of the United States and one of the highest rates of residential construction in the world. He modernized the armed forces, especially its air force, manufactured 2 advanced jet aircraft. See, their local, their domestic industrial production couldn't have possibly been that bad if they were making their own jet aircraft. Do you have any fucking idea how hard this is? Like, it's not like they were importing every gear and cog from the United States. They had to have a pretty strong, like, regional base. They did a paperclip operation, though. Like, they brought Nazis over to do their engineering. To be fair, so did everyone. America did, the Soviets did, everyone did. When Germany was defeated, everyone's first thought was like, yep, we're taking those engineers. That shit is ours, and everyone fought over them, you know? Yoink! Let's not let a good mind go to waste. You know, we're all gonna do fucking Dr. Strangelove shit, okay? Why were the Germans so good at rockets and jets? Before the Nazi regime really took off, Berlin was just already one of the one of the like landmark sites for academia, engineering, and education. Like that, Berlin was already positioned to be full of, you know, genius Now, the problem for the Nazis is that a lot of their genius inventors and scientists and stuff were Jewish. So a lot of them had to flee, and that's why we got a bomb before them. You know, if they had kept Einstein, dude. Yeah, no, literally. Like, it's because people are like, oh, it's like genius German engineering. If they were geniuses, they probably wouldn't have kicked out all of the like German Jews and international, you know, students who ended up helping us out. It's not like America wasn't also building sick shit during the war. We just decided to yoink their engineers too. And so did the USSR. Praise hands incompetent fascists? Yep, every time. Every time. And the French engineer Émile de Wotine, condemned in France in absentia for collaborationism. The French engineer was condemned in France for collaborationism? So wait, were they French or German? Oh, I see. After the successful invasion of France by Germany in 40, culminated armistice to Germany, creation of the Vichy government, de Wintien briefly tried to start a business in the U.S. This caused him to be tried for treason under the Vichy government. He went back to work with SIPA, which after an agreement with the Vichy government and the Vichy? 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 That sounds Italian, not French. Vichy. Manufacturing trainer aircraft intended for the Luftwaffe. So he was kind of press ganged into it, maybe? I'm not sure. Different thing. I'm not sure. Whatever. Don't work with Nazis. Made their own planes. Peron announced in 51 the Huemul project would produce nuclear fusion before any country. That's ambitious. The project was led by an Austrian, Ronald Richter. Worked in Germany with Professor Max Steenbeck and Professor Manfred von Ardenne on a particle accelerator, which after the war the Soviets copied and coined the term tokamak. in preparation for his dissertation for a doctorate from the University of Prague. Okay, this is exactly what I mean, dude. Like, there were so many smart people working in Germany and Austria beforehand, and the Nazis just showed up, you know? They're not there. So it seems like he just continued his research during World War II. Like, how much of this was like specifically weapons development for the Germans? They don't mention. Infamous in connection with the Argentine humor project. Wait, hold on. What happens? Perón announced that energy produced by fusion process would be delivered in milk bottle-sized containers. What is blood waffling about? What? Fusion energy delivered to your home in milk bottle-sized, like the milkman, like bringing you like batteries? Richter announced success in 51, but no proof was given. The next year, Perón appointed a scientific team to investigate Richter's activities. Reports by Jose Antonio Abasero and Mario Bencora revealed the project was a fraud. Many such cases. A lot of shit like this was happening during this time. After this humble project was transferred to the Centro Atomico Bariloche, the new National Atomic Energy Commission, the Physics Institute of the recently aired History Channel documentary, the secrecy, Nazi connections, declassified U.S. intel documents, and military infrastructure located around the road facility all argue for the more likely objective of atomic bomb development. The Argentine Navy actually bombed multiple buildings in 55, an unusual method of decommissioning a legitimate... What? Wait, they had a nuclear weapons program, and then to cover it up, they had the Navy fucking bomb the facility? An unusual method of decommissioning a legitimate research facility. Can you imagine an alternative universe where fucking Argentina became like the only country to independently develop nuclear weapons with no cross research from the USSR or the US, and then ended up like, well, not the only, I shouldn't say the only, but they would have been the earliest, right? I think India did as well, but they would have been the earliest. And then they became like the weird, like local Latin American nuclear hegemon or whatever. That would have protected them from fucking the United States. Sounds like something from Team Fortress 2 lore. Yeah. Is that the good timeline or the bad timeline? I'm going to fucking say it. I wish Latin America had nukes in the 50s. Fuck America, dude. Holy shit. Maybe that would have kept our hands off that fucking continent, dude. Oh my God. Yeah. Do they have nukes now? Argentina? I'm pretty sure they don't. I don't even know if Brazil does. Argentina has eschewed nuclear weapons. Yeah, okay. Does Brazil have nukes? No, they do not. Does Chile have nukes? No. Okay, yeah. Latin America's nuke-free. How did Argentina not get nukes? They had the money and uranium. I think building nukes is hard, is my impression. Eva Perón's influence and contribution. Perón was instrumental as a symbol of hope of the common laborer during the 5-year plan when she died in 52. This is what the world is missing, that we need more of, okay? We need more beautiful women in power who become like pseudo-angelic symbols of social progress. That's the thing we're really missing, okay? We need like just gorgeous figures of hope that symbolically represent our movement forward, okay? That's what we need. Yeah, we need more Dolores Day shit. Absolutely. It's the only way forward for fucking moralism. There we go. This is every public building. Just what I'm saying essentially, we need like a Joan of Arc. We need like an archangel of justice, okay? We need like a pseudo mythical figure that we can all believe in. All right? That's what we need. Dude, the actual official art of Dolores Day is so fucking good. It's unbelievable how good the direction is for Disco Elysium. It actually like defies comprehension. Like they were truly some like divinely inspired shit that they were on when they made this entire fucking game. Did you read the official art book? No, but I need to buy it. What do you think of Dolores Day as a figure, memes aside? I think that she is, as a person, the most scathing criticism you could possibly make of liberalism. For all the good and the bad, you know? Coming from humble origins, she was loathed by the elite but adored by the poor for her work with the sick, the elderly, and the orphans. Okay, so she's fucking Jesus. Okay. It was due to her, but I fucking hate Mother Teresa. You actually read into Mother Teresa, and she was a fucking piece of shit. It's because everyone's like, oh, she's like a lady who works with poor people and sick people. She's like, you know, it's like, no, she fucking sucked, you know? It was due to her behind-the-scenes work that women's suffrage was granted in 47 and a feminist wing of the Third Party in Argentina was formed. Simultaneous to Perón's 5-year plans, Eva supported a women's movement that concentrated on the rights of women, the poor, and the disabled. Man, disability rights in the 40s. That's pretty impressive. Although her role in the politics of Perón's first term remained disputed, Eva introduced social justice and equality into the national discourse. She stated, "It is not philanthropy, nor is it charity. It is not even social welfare. To me, it is strict justice. I do nothing but return to the poor what the rest of us owe them because we had taken it away from them unjustly." I'm going to end up being a fucking Eva stan at the end of this. Holy shit. Fuck, glowing eyes as she says this. Jesus fucking Christ. In 48, she established the Eva Perón Foundation, which was perhaps the greatest contribution to her husband's social policy, enjoying an annual budget of around $50 million, about 1% of the GDP. That's insane. What is that? How much is that? 1% of the US GDP would be fucking $230 billion a year. That's like a significant portion of our military budget. Eva Perón and Rosa Luxemburg were queens of the working class. Yeah, for sure. The foundation had 14,000 employees and founded hundreds of new schools, clinics, old age homes, and hospital facilities. It also distributed hundreds of thousands of household necessities, physicians' visits, and scholarships, among other benefits. Among the best known of the foundation's many large construction projects are the Evita City development south of Buenos Aires, 25,000 homes, and the Republic of the Children, a theme park based on tales from the Brothers Grimm. Fucking what? Okay. Hell yeah, dude. The first theme park in the Americas, not just Latin America, but all the Americas, regarded as the first. Holy shit. Oh, that's nice. In 2001, the Congress of Argentina declared the Children's Republic National Historical Monument. In 2008, the government of the province of Buenos Aires signed an agreement with the National University of General San Martin for a general restoration that included the investigation and historic reconstruction of the buildings. Huh, that's nice. I mean, I'm glad people care. Aires? Aires, that's it. Aires. 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 Iris? Iris. Iris, like an eye. Ares. Ares. You're doing fine? Thank you. I'll probably fuck it up again. Following Perón's 1955 ousting, spoilers, 20 such construction projects were abandoned incomplete, and the foundation's $290 million endowment was liquidated. Oh, I love that. I bet his ousting is going to be, like, really cool and not at all fucking incredibly detrimental for the people of Argentina. The portion of the 5-year plans which argued for full employment, public healthcare and housing, labor benefits, and raises were a result of Eva's influence in the policymaking of Perón in his first term. As historians note, he initially wanted to keep imperialists out of Argentina and create effective businesses. The humanitarian relief efforts embedded in the 5-year plan were Eva's creation, which endeared the Peronist movement to the working-class people from which Eva had come. Her strong ties to the poor and her position as Perón's wife brought credibility to his promises during the first presidential term and ushering in a new wave of supporters. I have a lot of respect for power couples, you know? I really hate that, like, the first lady position in the US presidency, like, it doesn't mean shit. You know, it's like you have the president, the most powerful man in the world, and then you have a lady who every once in a while gets given like $500,000 to do some bullshit like national, you know, priority thing or whatever. Yeah, it's like a symbolic position, you know. I wish I want more power couples, you know. The first lady's willingness to replace the ailing Hortensio Quijano as Perón's running mate for the 1951 campaign was defeated by her own frail health and by military opposition. A 22nd of August rally organized for her by the CGT on Buenos Aires' wide 9 de Julio Avenue failed to turn the tide. 20th September, elements in the Argentine army led by General Benjamin Andres Menendez. What does an accent over the E mean? So it's like me and then nye? What would this mean pronunciation wise? Menendez? Stress? Menendez? Just emphasis? Okay, just emphasis. So like Menendez. Is this all you're going to talk about? Pronunciation? No, we're talking about Peronism. Accents in Spanish just show where the emphasis is. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Attempted a coup against Perón. So that's why I say Perón and not Perón. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Although unsuccessful, the mutiny marked the end of the First Lady's political hope. She died the following July. What the fuck? This guy's wives keep dying early. What the fuck? Damn. I feel like, if anything, I'm going to come away from this like an Eva Perón stan, because it seems like Perón's legacy is kind of tainted a little bit by some failures, but she just was a queen the whole time. God damn. Look at that goddamn dress, too. Holy shit, slaying. She looked like a transfer. Oh, are you saying she's a little clocky, parentheses positive? I can see it. That would explain the social justice interests. His heart is hardened by loss. That's the only character development that men get in stories. It's like a guy has feelings, but then because a woman died, he has different feelings. That's the way all male development takes place. Where the fuck is the waist in that painting? Yeah, I guess she's wearing like some very restrictive corset here. I mean, it makes sense given the outfit. What's the last photo of her? Oh, there's a photo of her in a coffin. I guess she had an open casket funeral. Serving even from beyond the grave. When you put me in a casket, okay? Make sure that my face is arranged in a judgmental stare, so everyone can know that I'm still frowning at them, still styling on them on the way out. She's actually really cute. Okay, I should moving on. Opposition and repression. Here we go. The first to vocally oppose Perón's rule were the Argentine intelligentsia and the middle class. Ooh, every fucking time these guys, dude. Holy shit. The idea that we have of of like academics and the intelligentsia being progressive is actually a relatively modern thing. Keep in mind that for like a billion years, the only people who could get high-level education were the ultra wealthy and their children. Like that's not necessarily the case at this point in Argentina, but there was much more of a class character to being in college. Nowadays, lots of people in college, not most, but a lot of them are of like pretty ordinary economic backgrounds. But during the time, and you go back further, like the intelligentsia in Germany were like pro-Nazi, because if you take a look at like the class character of your average fucking Berlin professor, they're like some super snooty upper class wealthy person. They're not like some scruffy like 1960s academic beatnik or whatever. These people are like the upper crust. And the middle class, these guys are always having terrible ideas. University students and professors were seen as particularly troublesome. Perón fired over 2,000 university professors and faculty members from all major public education institutions. That's probably not good. These included Nobel laureate. You fired a Nobel laureate? Holy shit, the balls. Physiologist, painter, art scholars, and noted author Jorge Luis Borges, who at the time was head of the National Library of Buenos Aires. Noted author Jorge Luis Borges, who at the time was head of the National Library of Buenos Aires, was appointed poultry inspector at the Buenos Aires Municipal Wholesale Market, a post which he refused. Wait, Perón had that kind of power? He could be like, you are no longer head of the National Library. You are now poultry inspector. This is like Soviet shit. What? I get firing a person from a national post, but you can do that? Perón was very authoritarian. Yeah, well, he's Argentinian Huey Long. Does it not mention him being appointed poultry inspector? I really want to know more about the poultry inspection thing, is the thing. Whatever. Why did Perón demote Borges? Well, I'm guessing because he was opposition to the regime. Control F? I don't believe in Control F. It's cheating. You have to be able to find it yourself. The labor movement that had brought Perón to power was not exempt from the Iron Fist, and the 46 elections for the post of Secretary General of the CGT resulted in Telephone Workers Union leader Luis Gay's victory over Perón's nominee. Former retail workers leader Angel Berlengi, both central figures in Perón's famed 17 October comeback, there's Luis Gay, had him expelled and replaced with Jose Espejo, a little-known rank-and-filer who was close to the First Lady. The meat packers' union leader turned against Perón when he replaced the Labor Party with the Peronist Party in 1947. Organizing a strike in protest, Reyes was arrested on the charge of plotting against the lives of the president and the First Lady. Tortured in prison, Reyes was denied parole 5 years later and freed only after regime's 55 downfall. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm starting to worry that Perón may have been a little bit of an authoritarian, slightly. Yeah, Huey Long wouldn't have had people tortured, He would have just had like if you displease Huey Long in a longest regime, you're not tortured or whatever. You just wake up one day to realize that every single one of your coworkers has the surname Long, and your your HR department receives a number of complaints that you're not a good team member. And from that day forward, every person you pass by in the street, every job application you file, some guy named Long turns you down. statism and authoritarianism go along? Sure, but everyone is a statist. Like, literally everyone right now. Even anarchists operate under the like there is no escaping the state under the current like global political and economic paradigm. You know, like true abolition of the state politics. This is a very, very long way away. Currently it's unsustainable. It's irrational to even like promote it, frankly, as like a current solution to anything. And that's fine. You know, there's a lot of work to be done. My face when I'm in a Huey competition, but I'm a Huey short. I'm up against Huey long. Yeah. Huey longer. A statist doesn't mean someone who wants to keep the state. It means someone who worships the state. I don't know. That feels like not the definition that I use generally, but as for a person who, the only people who like truly actively worship the state are fascists, and even then they deny it. You know, it's I don't know. Nobody wants to be seen worshiping the state. To get unironic advocates for that kind of statism, you need to turn to like fucking Imperial Japan or whatever. People need to be well and truly lost, for that to be the case. I don't know. Whatever. Cipriano Reyes was one of hundreds of Perón's opponents held at Buenos Aires Ramos Mejia General Hospital, one of whose basements was converted into a police detention center where torture became routine. Okay. All right. The populist leader was intolerant of both left-wing and conservative opposition. Though he used violence, Perón preferred to deprive the opposition of their access to media. Interior Minister Borlenghi administered El Laborista, the leading official news daily. Carlos Eloy, a personal friend of Evita's, oversaw an array of leisure magazines published by Editorial Haynes, which the Peronist Party bought a majority stake in. Through the Secretary of the State, Raúl Apold, socialist dailies such as La Vanguardia or Democracia, or conservative ones such as La Prensa or La Razón, were simply closed or expropriated in favor of the CGT or the ALEA, the regime's new state media company. Okay. I'm seeing some issues here. Intimidation of the press increased between 43 and 46. 110 publications were closed down. Oh wait, he wasn't even the leader in 43. You mean just like as a minister of labor under the previous party? Others such as La Nación and Roberto Nobles, it'd be Nobles, right? Nobles Clarín became more cautious and self-censoring. Perón appeared more threatened by the dissident artists than by opposition political figures. There's an intellectualist, insects, filmmaker, pianist, actress. How you fucking banishing a pianist? Jesus Christ. An actress, Libertad Lamarque, victim of a rivalry with Eva Perón. Dude, he's kicking bitches out because his wife doesn't like him. We love a wife guy. Fascist influence. The relationship between Peronism, and fascism has been widely discussed. Okay, I will say this. Perón definitionally cannot be a fascist. Fascism necessitates, among other things, state hysteria against an ethnic or religious or national in-group, out-group dynamic, and the suppression of labor rights. If you aren't doing the suppression of labor rights thing, you're doing this like weird like national socialist third positionist bullshit or whatever, and that doesn't tend to work in long term. Like the Nazbol stuff. He locked up opposing unions though. Yeah, but that's not him being anti-workers' rights. That's him being anti-opposition. I'm not getting a fascist vibe from him. I think I'm just getting an authoritarian vibe. I think this is probably a guy who learned a lot from his studies in Italy and Germany. He learned a lot about the failures of fascism, but also how it could be useful to him. He was part of a secret military group that ended up like assisting in a coup before becoming an authoritarian himself. It seems to me like he literally tried to do like the unironic third positionist thing, where he was like, I have a new idea. What if we did this and this? And like, unlike a lot of third positionists, he actually meant it. The problem is a lot of the ideas he had were bad ones, but it seems to me like he was sincere. Like he sincerely believed in pro-worker, you know, like pro-labor causes or whatever. He's not like one of those phony populists who only pretends to care about labor rights, but then the moment he gets in power, he clamps down on them. It seems like the only thing he ever really clamped down on was opposition, which is just authoritarian business. So he's a rare, authentic third positionist. That is incredibly interesting. Do you have any idea how unlikely that is? Do you have any idea how many people have claimed to be third positionists when in reality they're just regular fascists? Like they're not finding some like middle ground between capitalism and communism. They're just doing fascism or whatever. Like this guy actually did that and didn't seem to be a fascist. He was still an authoritarian though. I'm guessing he probably learned a lot from the fascists, though. So it's not as though the influence wasn't there. It's just that wasn't his ideology. World's only real third positionist and only real authoritarian socialist. Yeah, because a lot of the so-called authoritarian socialists are just authoritarians. Stalin wasn't a socialist, you know? Maybe you... I don't know. Wait, do you think this guy's probably on the same level as, like, Castro? A person who did sincerely believe in workers' liberation, but was also fundamentally like an authoritarian, in part because he felt like things couldn't persist unless he was in charge. He may be in the same ballpark. Castro did a lot to improve the living standards of the working class in Cuba. And he cared, too. He wasn't faking it. Like Castro was not like a grifter or whatever. He clearly cared. It's just, you know, I just don't respect authoritarianism. What about Gaddafi? He was kind of a third positionist. No, Gaddafi didn't believe in anything. Gaddafi said whatever he needed to say at any point in time to appeal to whatever leaders he was trying to appeal to. Motherfucker had no beliefs apart from him being in power. You know? He's more like Ataturk than Castro. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Ataturk? Ataturk. I don't know enough about his regime to really say. Ataturk? Oh, that's easier than I thought it would be. Okay. Look it up. Gaddafi was a rapist. Gaddafi was monstrous. Don't ever stand Gaddafi. If a person's ever like, did you know Gaddafi was like a pan-Africanist who was gonna... No, he wasn't. Dude worked with anyone and everyone. He would pal along with the West. He would pal along with dictators. He was a serial rapist. He had fucking like personal slaves and like torture chambers. No. Gaddafi didn't. The person most ideologically similar to Gaddafi would probably be Saddam Hussein in the region, because Saddam Hussein was also somebody who variably alternated between pretending to be a socialist, pretending to be a pan-Arabist, pretending to be like this, that, the other, but was fundamentally just evil and self-serving. You know, that was like, yeah, that's the closest comparison, and I genuinely think that Saddam Hussein was probably a more competent leader than Gaddafi. I don't know who killed more. Well, Saddam Hussein definitely killed more people, but he was probably more competent in leadership. Can you really be said to be more competent if the thing you're competent at is killing people? I don't really know. Gaddafi was a wacky guy. Both were idiots. Yeah, we can work with that. Doesn't saying fascism is inherently anti-worker imply that early fascist Spain wasn't fascist? I mean, you could say it was inconsistently fascist, right? Like, capitalism, it sort of trends towards free markets, but a system can still be capitalist if there were like strict price controls in some area. America would still be capitalist if we nationalized housing, you know? So it's not... You know, economic and political systems are very rarely like here's a clean-cut line that defines them. Usually you have elements pulled from different directions. I just think it's way easier to describe Perón as an authoritarian than a fascist. I'm just not getting fascism vibes. You don't even have like the like in-group, out-group hysteria element. Unless there's something I don't know about. Was Perón like crazy racist against some ethnic group in Argentina that he like rallied support against and his political power was based off it? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he was mostly concerned with, you know, promoting himself as a leader of labor. the in-group, out-group hysteria isn't really necessary, i.e. Italy didn't have that. Well, Italy did it on like a national level, right? Like Italy, like the invasion of Ethiopia. Well, Italy definitely did this to an extent. I just don't think they did it as much as the Nazis. But like no group did it as much as the Nazis. That's what made the Nazis unique, right? They were that bad. Another research stream. I know far less about fascist Italy than I do fascist Germany. Italy absolutely did that with the Greeks. Yeah. We just don't, I guess we don't really think of Italy that way because Italy and Spain have always been like the comedy, like fucking sidekicks to the real bad guys of World War II, Japan and Germany. Like Italy and Spain don't even come fucking close to Japan and Germany in terms of monstrous behavior. Certainly Italy comes closer than Spain, since Spain spent the entire time like sucking its own dick, but you know. Whatever, here. I have to pee super quick. Then we're gonna continue reading. We're making good progress as well, by the way. Oh, wait, we're almost at the protection of Nazi war criminals section. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Check out this sick shirt. I really like this shirt, dude. Oh my god, I love the long sleeves. They come down to like the elbow. You know, it's a really nice, you know, so that if you do this, like you get like a full wrap to the arm and it doesn't like flare out here. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. You know, a little while ago, when I first covered the Millet stuff, and people were asking me to cover Peronism, I remember somebody in chat said that the history of Peronism is the history of modern Argentina, and the history of modern Argentina is the history of Peronism. And I can totally understand what they were saying. This really does seem like the canon event of the country. Vosh got skinny legs. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you... I mean, they're not as huge as they used to be, but like, what the fuck are you on about? Too easy. Baited him. Yeah. No way you washed your hands. I pee on my hands so I don't have to wash them. See, it saves time. All right. Federico Finkelstein writes, if the question is asked if Peron was a fascist, the answer is no. But did fascism play an important role in the ideological genesis of Peronism? Although fascism was a central genealogy of Peronism, Peron coming to power signaled a break from diverse traditional precedents, including fascist nationalismo. However, the ideological continuities between Argentine fascism and Italian fascism are notable in Peron's military junta between 1943 and 46, and the first Peronist regime from 46 to 55. Carlos Fate states that Peronism was just an Argentine implementation of Italian fascism. Paul M. Hayes similarly concludes that the Peronist movement produced a form of fascism that was distinctly Latin American. It should be noted, by the way, and I do think there's something to get into here, and we'll research it in the future, but Mussolini was, if I recall correctly, maybe disingenuously, but initially quite pro-worker. In a way that, like, the Nazis put basically no effort into pretending to be pro-worker. Like, they said they would be when they were running, and then as soon as they got power, they immediately stopped. Mussolini was, like, a socialist. So, you know, a little bit of a horseshoe theory there. Instead, Felipe Pina believes no researchers discuss. Okay, this is all like conjecture from historians. During his reign... No, I should read it. Pina argues Perón was only a pragmatist who took useful elements from all modern ideologies of the time. This included not only fascism, but also the New Deal policies of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. To Pina, Perón was neither fascist nor anti-fascist, but simply a realist. This is called third positionism. It's just he's the only guy who did it unironically. The active intervention of the working class in politics, as he saw in those countries, was a definitive phenomenon. In 1938, Perón was sent on a diplomatic mission to Europe. During this time, he became enamored of the Italian fascist model. Perón's admiration for Mussolini is well documented. Likewise, he took as a model of inspiration the government of Ioannis Metaxas? Ioannis Metaxas. This is like a fucking Mega Man boss ass name. Metaxas? Metaxas? Oh yeah, it's Greek. It's Greek, so it'd be, yeah, Metaxas. Ioannis Metaxas. There we go. Guys, I'm an American. I'm switching multiple. There's like German in here. There's like a lot of Spanish. Come on. I'm trying. Perón's admiration for Italian fascism made people's... Oh, this is from Perón. Italian fascism made people's organizations participate more in the country's political stage. Before Mussolini's rise to power, the state was separate from the workers, and the former had no involvement in the latter. Exactly the same process happened in Germany. That is, the state was organized to serve for a perfectly structured community, for a perfectly structured population. A community where the state was the tool of the people, whose representation was, in my opinion, effective. Dude, he did the fucking meme. He did the mistake. You can't build a civil society through, like, state mandates. You can't do it. You can try as hard as you want to go, okay, what if we did all of the like state organization of fascism, except we did it for good things instead of bad things? But you can't do it. This is the same fucking rabbit hole every authoritarian falls down, where they're like, okay, what if I just took all the power of the state and then I like made it do the good things, like worker organization? It doesn't work. It has to be developed authentically. It has to be developed democratically. If you can't do it democratically, you're not really building these institutions. You're just propping up, like, okay. It's like trying to double jump in your leg of fly. Yeah, it's you're not building the fundamental superstructure here, the civil society that allows these things to develop. Same thing with the Soviet Union. Yep, there's a reason why, for all its faults, America has a pretty rich civic infrastructure, like a civil society, whereas the Soviet Union, a lot of other places, in many ways, they failed to. And a lot of that is because authoritarianism just fundamentally stifles the ability for local organization to take prominence, you know? If you live under the heel of an authoritarian, it really stamps down your ability to self-manage. A classic mistake. Exactly, insincere complaint. Authoritarians always fail because they believe the state can act as a substitute for the proper construction of a superstructure, which is why the USSR was a broken mess. Yes, and why the USSR collapsed and then immediately turned into an oligarchical fascist society, because not everything was fake. There was no like underlying system that rebalanced towards anything even remotely worker oriented, you know? Like the nanosecond it was possible through the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia just right over to like terrible fucking hyper individualist oligarchical autocracy, because it's like there was nothing there. There was no superstructure. There was no fabric of society to keep things held together. During his reign, Perón and his administrators often resorted to organized violence and dictatorial rule. He often showed contempt for any opponents and regularly characterized them as traitors and agents of foreign powers. This is a classic fascist thing, I will say. Subverted, well, it's an authoritarian thing, but fascists also like doing it. Subverted freedom of speech and sought to crush any vocal dissidents through actions such as nationalizing the broadcasting system, centralizing the unions under his control, and monopolizing the supply of newspaper print. Oh, another big thing here, okay? Have the number of unions in your country very difficult balance to strike. If you have too many, they're too fractured and individualist. If you have too few, they effectively just become some gigantic umbrella state apparatus. They become like, yeah, Soviet unions, or worse, fucking CCP unions. You know, in China, a country with 1.4 billion people, there's exactly one union controlled by the party. You're not going to believe this, guys, but the union has not been successful in winning anything or any concessions with regards to labor rights from the CCP. You're not going to believe this. And monopolizing the supply of newspaper print. At the time, Perón also resorted to tactics such as illegally imprisoning opposition politicians and journalists, including radical civic union leader Ricardo Balbín, and shutting down opposition papers such as La Prensa. How do you unify without consolidating? I think that sectoral unions are good, but they can't be controlled by the state. If that's the case, then the state just becomes the minister of your oppression, you know? Protection of Nazi war criminals. After World War II, Argentina became a haven for Nazi war criminals with explicit protection from Perón, who even shortly before his death commented on the Nuremberg trials. Oh no. In Nuremberg at that time, something was taking place that I personally considered a disgrace and an unfortunate lesson for the future of humanity. Oh no. I became certain that the Argentine people also considered the Nuremberg process a disgrace unworthy of the victors who behaved as if they hadn't been victorious. Now we realize the Allies deserve to lose the war. What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? That's the heck of a pivot. This guy really did take ideas from every fucking political wing, man. Author Yuki Gonyi alleges the Axis power collaborators, including Pierre Day, were met with Perón at Casa Rosada, the president's official executive mansion. In this meeting, a network would have citation or clarification needed been created with support of the Argentine Administration Service, Foreign Office, the Swiss chief of police Heinrich Rothmund, and the Croatian priest Krunoslav Draganovic also helped organize the Rat Line. The Rat Lines were systems of escape routes for German Nazis and other fascists fleeing Europe from 1945 onward in the aftermath of World War II. The escape routes mainly led towards havens in Latin America, particularly Argentina, though also Paraguay, Colombia, so on and so forth. Okay, gotcha. Great. An investigation of 22,000 documents in 1997 discovered the network was managed by Rodolfo Freud, who had an office in the Casa Rosada and was close to Eva Perón's brother, Juan Duarte. According to Ronald Luton, Ludwig Freud, Rodolfo's father, was probably the local representative of the Office 3 Secret Service headed by Joachim von Ribbentrop. Oh, that's a good name to see here. With probably more influence, the German ambassador Edmund von Thurman. Examples of Nazis and collaborators who relocated Argentina included Emil de Wojtyla, because it'd be a W, de Wojtyla, who arrived in May 1946 and worked on the jet, of course. Henrik Priebke, who arrived in 1947. Oh, this is the French guy? Oh, this French name. Oh, this fucking guy. That's right. That's right. Joseph Mengele. Whoa! Him too? Hold on. The most evil man, you mean? Yeah, the angel of death. Mengele died free? Yeah, I didn't know that, like, Perón's regime directly aided in his escape and fucking protection. Lived in around Buenos Aires, then fled to Paraguay, and then Brazil, all while being sought by West Germany, Israel, and Nazi hunters such as him. This is the only base thing that Israel and the Mossad ever did, by the way, was Nazi hunts. They would literally send, like, fucking commando teams into Latin America being like, yep, find him, bring him back or kill him. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Don't care if we have permission. Find him and kill him. That's the one based thing that the Mossad ever did. Munich is such a great movie about it. I haven't seen it. He drowned in 79 after suffering a stroke while swimming off the coast of Bertioga. Bitch made. L. Though the Mossad also allegedly recruited that one SS guy. Yeah, listen, okay. It takes a Nazi to hunt a Nazi, all right? They were asking, like, Scorsese, what would a Nazi do in this situation? They're all like, giggling, you know, poking him with a stick. I use the German accent here because there were a lot of German Jews who led that program, as I understand it. Makes sense that, you know, I can understand the career trajectory of a German Jew or Polish Jew or whatever, who was freed from like Auschwitz-Birkenau, went to Israel, and they were like, hey, do you want a job hunting Nazis? And he was like, you know, as a matter of fact, I kind of do, actually. Tie me to a rocket and fire me at Buenos Aires, okay? I am 100 Nazi scalps. All right. So we helped a lot of Nazis, it seems. A Croatian priest, Draganovic, organizer of the San Girolamo Rat Line, was authorized by Peron to assist Nazi operatives. Love the fact that the Rat Line is the official term for it, by the way. To come to Argentina to evade prosecution in Europe after World War II. Man, it really kind of feels like Peron was basically just thinking like, I like a lot of the things these fascists were doing, but they fucked it all up by being racist or whatever. I'm going to try to do them one better. Man, they said so much about like workers' rights and they didn't actually do it. I'm going to show them. Or so it genuinely feels like he's trying to like outdo the fascists, you know? All right, this is all like specific detail stuff, irrelevant to Peronism broadly. Jewish and German communities of Argentina. The German-Argentine community is the third largest immigrant group in the country after ethnic Spanish and Italians, other fascist countries. The German-Argentine community predates Juan Perón's presidency and began during the political unrest of the 19th century unification of Germany. Isn't there like a German town in Argentina that's not actually Nazi shit? Where they're all like doing lederhosen shit and everyone was like, oh, they're Nazis or whatever, but it turns out they've been there for like a long time. Though they probably took in a lot of Nazi war criminals, didn't they? Yeah, they probably would have taken in a lot, but the village predates. A visit to Bariloche, Argentine haven for fugitive Nazis. Cool. I guess it's like a tourist thing now. That's cool. Look at this German-ass fucking tower right here. Look at these dorky Lederhosen fucking gigantic pint of beer, Oktoberfest motherfucker. Look at this, God. You can tell this tower's German. Look at these fucking losers. These fucking nerds. Derp and derp. Yeah, well, that's Swedish, but same thing. Listen, if you're in Europe and you live near mountains, if you live anywhere even remotely near the Alps, okay, you're all the same to me. All right? I have the same like pan-German views the Nazis did, except racist against it, where it's like, yeah, if you're near the Alps, you are all one people and you're stupid. You're stupid. You have lederhosen, you have suspenders, you have a stupid accent, I don't respect you. Vosh, this is a huge mischaracterization. The vast majority of Germans in Argentina have nothing to do with Nazis. I literally just said that. I literally said, like, the town was from before the... Okay. Swabian, Bavarian, Northern Italian, Swiss. It doesn't matter to me, baby. Rallying against the Bavarians? Hold on. Bavarian traditional clothing. You'll rally against them, too. All right? I'm rallying. Superior people. Ein Volk, my ass. Jesus Christ, look at this. Look at this. I love rallying. Fucking dork. Nerd. Fucking nerd. This is the shit, by the way, that the Nazis were trying to convince their people was cool. This is the return to tradition they were referring to, okay? They were literally, like, the Nazi regime was like a contradictory blend of radical futurism, you know, shiny steel jets or whatever, and what if every man looked like this? Don't make me bust out the Hitler in shorts. This is what the fucking Nazi project was building towards. A future where every man looked exactly like this. Hallo, me and mein Fraulein were viewing you from across the bar, and we... yes, I can't remember. He has no chin. Not a very handsome man, as it turns out. He looks like Nazi Pee Wee Herman. I do. This is one of the reasons why I think Jojo Rabbit is one of the best movies ever made on the Nazis, because the first premise of Jojo Rabbit is make them look ridiculous because they were ridiculous, and they stuck with it. So many movies about the Nazis make them look like these, like, cold iron dictatorial, like, you know, like machine men. That's how Nazis want to be seen. Nazis love the idea of being thought of as like machine men with iron hearts or whatever. Don't give them that. They love that shit, okay? They're fucking dorky lunatics, okay? Any critical investigation of Nazi Germany reveals they were dorky lunatics, okay? Remind them of it. Yeah, I saw people... some liberals insist Jojo Rabbit is an evil movie because they think that by making fun of the Nazis, they're actually taking them lightly. Very stupid, very low IQ idea. The Nazis literally tried to breed back aurochs so they could LARP as cavemen hunting them. Wait, is that true? Heck cattle originated in Germany in the 20s and 30s in an attempt to breed back domestic cattle in their ancestral form, the aurochs. Why? Was this really so they could hunt them? Okay, whatever. Because LARP, being so returned to tradition that you're like, yeah, we need like the way cows used to look too. All right, whatever. Yeah, true palingenetic ultranationalism. Oh, hold on. Now we're on the second term. I feel like this Wikipedia article is kind of out of order. They go first term, then his downfall, then his controversies, then it's like the second term. Read the part about Jewish immigration. While Juan Perón's Argentina allowed many Nazi criminals to take refuge in the country following World War II, the society also accepted more Jewish immigrants than any other country in Latin America. Today, Argentina has a population of more than 200,000 Jewish citizens, the largest in Latin America, third largest in the Americas, sixth largest in the world. The Jewish Virtual Library writes that while he had sympathized with the Axis powers, Perón also expressed sympathy for Jewish rights, and in 1949 established diplomatic relations with the State of Israel. This guy really is just constantly unbelievable. Third positionism. What if we accepted both Jews and Nazis? Literally! The first Latin American government to do so. Since then, more than 45,000 Jews have emigrated to Israel from Argentina. Although anti-Semitism existed in Argentina, Perón's own views and his political associations were not anti-Semitic. Perón appointed several Jewish Argentinians as government advisors, such as his economic advisor, José Gelbard. Jesus. He favored the creation of institutions such as New Zion, the Argentine Jewish Institute of Culture and Information. Goddamn. What is bro doing? He's doing everything, dude. He's all over the fucking place. Okay. We only have an hour 15 left in stream, and we haven't even gotten to the Wikipedia article on Peronism. So we're going to need to move a little bit faster than we have before. I feel like we've already learned a lot of stuff. So I feel pretty comfortable with that. Facing only token UCR and Socialist Party opposition, and despite being unable to field his popular wife, Eva, as a running mate, Perón was reelected in 51 by a margin of over 30%. Okay. This election was the first to have extended suffrage to Argentine women and the first in Argentina to be televised. Perón was inaugurated on Channel 7 public television. He began his second term in 52 with serious economic problems, however, compounded by a severe drought that helped lead a $500 million trade deficit. Divisions among Peronists intensified, and the president's worsening mistrust led to the forced resignation of numerous valuable allies, notably Buenos Aires province director Domingo Mercante. Again, on the defensive, Perón accelerated generals' promotions and extended them pay hikes and other benefits. Yeah, this is what I mean, by the way, about like authoritarianism as well. It leads to you creating sort of divisions within your own, like you distrust people around you, like this sort of stuff, you know. Seeing an issue here. Opposition to Perón grew bolder following Eva Perón's death on the 26th of July. On the 15th of April, a terrorist group, never identified, detonated 2 bombs in a public rally at Plaza de Mayo, killing 7 and injuring 95. Amid the chaos, Perón exhorted the crowd to take reprisals. They made their way to the adversaries' gathering places, the Socialist Party headquarters, and aristocratic jockey club, and burned them to the ground. Dude, fucking what? Wait, there were bombs went off at a rally, and he fucking January 6th the opposition for no reason? He was just like, oh, while you're all riled up, can you burn the opposition headquarters down to the ground? Holy shit. Okay. Doing some Reichstag shit. Might have false flagged that one. Never identified the terrorist group. The president remained generally popular, despite all this. Perón ventured into a new policy, the creation of incentives designed to attract foreign investment. Okay. Drawn to an economy with the highest standard of living in Latin America and a new steel mill in San Nicolás de los Arroyos, automakers Fiat and Kaiser Motors responded to the initiative by breaking ground new facilities in the city of Cordoba, as did the freight truck of Daimler-Benz, first such investment since GM's Argentina assembly line opened in 26. God damn. Standard Oil of California. As 1954 drew to a close, Perón unveiled reforms far more controversial to the normally conservative Argentine public, the legalization of divorce and of prostitution. Man, even this far in, even this much of an authoritarian, and he's still, like, unironically doing social justice stuff. This would have been, do you think this was in, like, respect for his wife? Because his wife was the main advocate for the, like, feminism and social justice stuff, and she died. So he's like, okay, divorce and sex work, right? In like, a Catholic country. Yeah, an unconservative authoritarian. What a remarkable person. The Roman Catholic Church's Argentine leaders, whose support of Perón's government had been steadily waning since the advent of Eva Perón Foundation. Yep, the Catholics were mad that a woman had power and was pursuing social justice. Were now open antagonists of the government and had been steadily waning, the man they called the tyrant, though much of Argentina's media had since the 50s been controlled by modern administration. Lurid pieces of his ongoing relationship with an underage girl. Oh no! Well, that's how the Catholic Church should have known he's a real Catholic. How can they oppose this? Named Nelila Rivas, also known as Nelly, something Perón never denied, filled the gossip pages. Pressed by reporters on whether his supposed new paramour was, as the magazines claimed, 13 years of age, the 59-year-old Perón responded that he was not superstitious? What? 13 too. That's not like fucking, that's not like a 17 and a half. Jesus fucking Christ. The response was like, yeah, I'm not afraid of God. What the fuck? It's so over. It might be over forever this time, guys. I don't know. Oh, because 13 is an unlucky number. Ah, so he was being witty, I see. Before long, the president's humor on the subject ran out, and following the expulsion of 2 Catholic priests he believed to be behind his recent image problems, a 15th of June 1955 declaration of the Sacred Consistorial Congregation, not of the Pope himself, who alone had authority to excommunicate a head of state, was interpreted as declaring Perón excommunicated. The following day, Perón called for a rally of support on the Plaza de Mayo, a time-honored custom among Argentine presidents during a challenge. However, as he spoke before a crowd of thousands, Navy fighter jets flew overhead and dropped bombs into the crowded square below before seeking refuge in Uruguay? What the fuck? The incident part of a coup attempt against Perón. What kind of coup attempt is just fucking bombing a rally? Killed 364 people and was, from historical perspective, the only air assault ever on Argentine soil, as well as a portent of the mayhem that Argentine society would suffer in the 70s. It moreover touched off a wave of reprisals on the part of Peronists. Reminiscent of the incidents in 53, Peronist crowds sacked 11 Buenos Aires churches, including the Metropolitan Cathedral. On the 16th of September, a nationalist Catholic group from both the Army and Navy, led by General Eduardo Lunardi, General Pedro E. Aramburu, and Admiral Isaac Rojas, led a revolt from Cordoba. They took power in a coup 3 days later, which they named Revolución Libertadora. Perón barely escaped with his life, leaving Nelly Rivas behind, probably for the best for her, I hope, and fleeing on the gunboat, the ARP Paraguay, provided by Paraguayan leader Alfredo Stroessner up the Parana River. At that point, Argentina was more politically polarized than it had been since 1880. The landowning elites and other conservatives pointed to an exchange rate that had rocketed from 4 to 30 pesos per dollar, and consumer prices had shown fivefold. And then he went into exile. The new military regime went to great lengths to destroy both Juan and Eva Perón's reputation, highlighted the association between Peronism and Nazism that accused Perón of having committed genocide. Lunardi's replacement, Lieutenant General Pedro Aramburu, outlawed the mere mention of Juan or Eva Perón's names under Decree Law 4161/56. Throughout Argentina, Peronism and the very display of Peronist mementos was banned. So I think the lesson from all of this is don't fuck 13-year-olds, because it really seems like everything went downhill after that. Like that seems like that was like the huge crux, you know? An important lesson. Perón himself suffered a number of attempted kidnappings and assassinations ordered by Aramburu, continuing to exert considerable direct influence over Argentine politics despite the ongoing ban of the Justicialist Party as Argentina geared for the 58 elections. Perón instructed his supporters to cast their ballots for the moderate Arturo Frondizi, a splinter candidate within the Peronists' largest opposition party, the Radical Civic Union. Frondizi went on to defeat the better-known but more anti-Peronist leader Ricardo Balbín. Perón backed the Popular Union in 1962. Perón advised his followers to cast blank ballots in the 63 elections. Perón's stay in Venezuela had been cut short. In this ousting, he met the nightclub singer Maria Estela Martinez, known as Isabel, settled in Madrid under the protection of Francisco Franco. Okay. Married Isabel in 61, was admitted back into the Catholic Church in 63. Okay. Failed attempt to return to Buenos Aires. Australian Brothers Union. Accompanying her to Spain, Lopez Rega worked for Perón's security before becoming the couple's personal secretary. A return of the Popular Union in 65 and their victories in congressional elections that year helped lead to the overthrow of the moderate president Arturo Illia and the return of dictatorship. Cool. Perón became increasingly unable to control the CGT itself. Here we go. Vandor challenged Perón from 65 to 68 by defying Perón's call for an electoral boycott with mottos such as Peronism without Perón and to save Perón, one has to be against Perón. Dictator Ongaña's continued repression of labor demands, however, helped lead to Vandor's reapproachment with Perón, a development cut short by Vandor's as yet unsolved 69 murder. Okay. Labor agitation increased. Opposition to the dictatorship increased. Perón started courting the far left during Ongaña's dictatorship. In his book La Hora de los Pueblos, Perón enunciated the main principles of the purported new tricontinental political vision. Mao is at the head of Asia, Nasser of Africa, de Gaulle of the old Europe, and Castro of Latin America. What? What are you cooking? In 68? Nasser? Of all Latin America? Okay, this is incoherent. De Gaulle? Okay. This is incoherent. This is just like dude, he's doing it. This is literally just fucking anti-Western. This is campism. This is just bricks. Yeah. Okay. He's trying to appeal to like essentially Soviets, to people who back the Soviet Union or support the Soviet Union. Was de Gaulle anti-Western? No, but that's why he says of the old Europe. He's implying it's tricontinentalist political vision, and then he says of the old Europe, implying that Europe is like dying or falling, you know? De Gaulle was as pro-West as it could get. I mean, it's like a Saddam Hussein or like a fucking Gaddafi thing, right? He was anti-UK and anti-US and anti-everything. I mean, I think this is just a kind of like weird, blurry. Okay, does this not feel like a kind of weird what's the term? The Russian the Russian political thought leader. Dugin. It's like a weird kind of Duginism almost, you know, like Duginism 0.5. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. This seems incoherent without more information. I don't know. It's just anti-Anglo shit. Well, that's a pretty big part of Duginism, you know. De Gaulle was pro-France above everything else. Yeah, I know. But like the tricontinental thing kind of implies a rejection of Western. Okay, whatever. Okay, so he started doing all this shit. He also cultivated ties with ultra-conservatives and the extreme right. Okay, cool. Great. We love a third positionist and their wacky adventures. He supported the leader of the conservative wing of the UCR, his erstwhile prisoner. Okay, the main thing this means more than anything else is that he's illiberal. He like whether he sides with fascists or with like Mao or whoever else, like the main thing he opposes is liberalism. Like that's what he's opposing here. Former military used to maintain close links to Monteneros, a far-left Catholic Peronist group. Monteneros kidnapped and assassinated former anti-Peronist presidents Aramburu in retaliation for the execution of Peronist uprising against the junta. Okay. A lot of people dying over here. Ties ultranationalists consistent right. Oh my god. How much shit can happen? You have so much shit happening in your fucking country. Don't skip over the fascism. I'm just trying to get the bit of it. We're not skipping over everything. This is too densely packed to skip anything. Like, we're running out of time. There was other shit I had to look at. Fuck. Founded in the early 1960s, the Takuras were a fascist, anti-Semitic, and conformist group founded on the model of Primo de Rivera's Falange. At first strongly opposed Peronism. However, they split after the 59 Cuban Revolution into three groups. The one most opposed the Peronist alliance, led by Catholic priest Julio Menville, retained the original hardline stance. The New Argentina Movement, the MNA, headed by Dardo Cabo, was founded on the 9th of June, 1961, to commemorate General Valle's Peronist uprising the same date in 56, become the precursor of all modern Catholic nationalist groups in Argentina. And the Revolutionary Nationalist Takura Movement, the MNRT, founded by Joe Baxter and Jose Luis Nel, who joined Peronism, believing its capacity for revolution. Okay, so everyone, okay, yeah, truly the everyone party. No wonder Peronism is the only real ideology in fucking Argentina. Holy shit. Everyone, Peronism, everything, all of them. I'm a right-wing Peronist. I'm a left-wing Peronist. I'm a tradcath Peronist, fucking Peronist, everything. All Peronists, fucking Jesus Christ. Broke with the church and abandoned anti-Semitism. Baxter's MNRT became progressively Marxist, as well as the Montanos of the European. Epic rap battle of history. Wait, no. Wrong. My brain is fucking fried after all this. Following Ongania's replacement in 1970, General Roberto M. Livingston proposed the replacement of Argentina's myriad political parties with 4 or 5. This attempt to govern indefinitely against the will of the different political parties united Peronists and their opposition in a joint declaration November 11th, billed as La Hora del Pueblo, the Hour of the People, which called for free and immediate democratic elections to end the political crisis. The declaration was signed by the Radical Civic Union, Justicialist Party, the Argentine Socialist Party, the Democratic Progressive Party, and the Partido Bloquista. Okay, so everyone came together in 1970, and they were like, what if we did democracy instead of 57 military juntas in a row? We, the 57 branches of Peronism, are coming together to form a democracy. Okay, great. The opposition's call for elections led to Livingston's replacement by General Alejandro Lanús. Lanús, in March 1971, faced with strong opposition, social conflicts, General Lanús declared his intention to restore constitutional democracy by 73, though without Peronist participation. Okay, so this guy is like, okay, we can bring in a democracy eventually, but no Peronism, he said to a political environment packed with Peronists of every flavor. Lanús proposed the Gran Acuerdo Nacional, the Great National Agreement, in July 1971, which was to find an honorable exit for the military junta without allowing Peronism to participate in the election. The proposal was ejected by Perón, really, who formed the Fresilina Alliance, the Frente Cívico de Liberación Nacional, Civic Front of National Liberation, headed by his new delegate Hector Jose Campora, a member of the Peronist left. The alliance gathered motion to reject Peronism, rejected by Perón and his Peronist alliance. The alliance gathered his Justicialist Party and the Integration and Development Movement, headed by Arturo Frondizi. Fraquilina pressed for free and unrestricted elections, which ultimately did take place in March 73. Okay. Oh, that's where that... Okay. Relationship with Che Guevara. Interesting, but we have to move on. Third term. General elections were held on the 11th of March, 1973. Perón was banned from running, but a stand-in, Dr. Hector Campora, a left-wing Peronist, and his personal representative won the election and took office on the 25th of May. On the 20th of June, 73, Perón returned from Spain to end his 18-year exile. According to a Pagina 12 newspaper, Licio Gelli, master of Propaganda Do, had provided an Alitalia plane to return Perón to his native country. Gelli was part of a committee supporting Perón, along with Carlos Saúl Menem, future president of Argentina, okay, the former Italian premier, Giulio Andreotti, recalled an encounter between Perón and his wife Isabel and Gelli, saying that Perón knelt before Licio Gelli to salute him. Camporo Vash, for fuck's sake, learn one pronunciation, and you're banned. I have had to put up with so much fucking pronunciation shit this stream. Not today. On the day of Perón's return, a crowd of left-wing Peronists, estimated at 3.5 million, according to police. Wow, for all of the fuck-ups Perón did, this is still the best they ever got, huh? Like, for all the shit they went through, like, it's still like that's it. Like, this is the only guy, you know? Perón left, and then it was just a succession of military dictatorships. Gathered at Ezeiza Airport in Buenos Aires to welcome him, Perón was accompanied by Cámpora, whose first measures were to grant amnesty to all political prisoners and reestablish relations with Cuba, helping Fidel Castro break the U.S. embargo against Cuba. This, along with his social policies, has earned him the opposition of right-wing Peronists, including the trade unionist bureaucracy. Love opposing Perón as a right-wing Peronist. Jesus. Camouflage snipers opened fire on the crowd at the airport. Okay. The left-wing Peronist youth organization and the Montoneros had been trapped. At least 13 were killed and 365 injured in this episode, which became known as the Ezeiza Massacre. Cámpora and Vice President Vicente Solano Lima resigned in 1973, paving the way for new elections, this time with Perón's participation as the Justicialist Party nominee. Argentina faced mounting political instability. How? How is it mounting at this point? It's not mounting. It's been mounted. It's on the mount. It's the top of the hill. It's not mounting. Every time you have a fucking political rally, somebody bombs or shoots it, and you've had 50 dictators in the past decade. What are you talking about? And Perón was viewed by many as the country's only hope for prosperity and safety. UCR leader Ricardo Balbín and Perón contemplated a Peronist radical joint government, but opposition in both parties made this impossible. Besides opposition among Peronists, Ricardo Balbín had to consider opposition within the UCR itself, led by Raúl Alfonsín, a leader among the UCR center-left. Perón received 62% of the vote. Huge! Returning him to the presidency. He began his third term on October 12, 1973, with Isabel, his wife, as vice president. I wonder what happened to the kid he was raping. Did she? I hope she didn't get, like, murdered by people who thought that she was, like, responsible or something, you know? They kind of dropped her narratively, which I guess makes sense, but, like, you know. I hope he didn't hit her up when he made his way back to town. Well, she'd be an adult by then. On Perón's advice, Cámpora had appointed José Gelbard, that's so hard to say, Gelbard, as policy advisor to the critical economic ministry, inheriting an economy that had doubled in output since 1955 with little indebtedness and only modest new foreign investment. Inflation had become a fixture in daily life and was worsening. Consumer prices rose by 80% in the year to May 1973. Jesus. Making this a policy priority, Gelbard crafted a social pact in hopes of finding a happy median between the needs of management and labor. Providing a framework for negotiating price controls, guidelines for collective bargaining, and a package of subsidies and credits. The pact was promptly signed by the CGT, then the largest labor union in South America, and management, represented by Julio Bronner and the CGE. The measure was largely successful. Initially, inflation slowed to 12%, and real wages rose by over 20% during the first year. That's pretty good. GDP growth accelerated from 3% in 1972 to over 6% in 1974. The plan also envisaged the pay down of Argentina's growing public external debt, then around $8 billion within 4 years. The improving economic situation encouraged Perón to pursue interventionist social and economic policies similar to those he had carried out in the 40s, nationalizing banks and various industries, subsidizing native businesses and consumers, regulating and taxing the agricultural sector, reviving the IAPI, placing restrictions on foreign investment. No, oh no, Perón, no. Be careful, Perón. No, he's got his fucking AirPods in. He can't see. Foreign investment is the modern economy. And funding a number of social welfare programs. In addition, new rights for workers were introduced. The 1973 oil shock, however, forced Gelbard to rethink the central bank's projected I've talked for so much this stream. To rethink the central bank's projected reserves and accordingly undid planned reductions in stubborn budget deficits, then around $2 billion a year. Increasingly frequent collective bargaining agreements in excess of social pact wage guidelines and a resurgence in inflation led to growing strain on the viability of the plan by mid-1974, however. Perón's third term was also marked by an escalating conflict between the Peronist left and right-wing factions. This turmoil was fueled primarily by calls for repression against the left on the part of leading CGT figures, a growing segment of the armed forces, particularly the Navy and right-wing radicals within his own party, most notably Perón's most fascist advisor, José López Rega. I love to cultivate a diverse cabinet of opinions by having my communist and my fascist ministers to advise me, you know? My most fascist advisor, I should say. Appointed Minister of Social Welfare. Why would you put your fascist advisor in charge of social welfare? Okay. Was in practice given power far beyond his purview, soon controlling up to 30% of the federal budget. What? Diverting increasing funds, he formed the AAA, a death squad. I wonder if there's any long-term consequences to diverting a lot of power and money to fascists in Latin America. You know, I'm contemplating that. I'm wondering, of course, the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, okay? Because, look, folks, there are a lot of anti-communists out there, but the only people who call themselves anti-communists are fascists. Regular, normal liberals are ideologically anti-communist, but don't call themselves that. Only fascists call themselves anti-communists. A death squad that soon began targeting not only the violent left, but moderate opposition as well. The Montoneros became marginalized in the Peronist movement and were mocked by Perón himself after the Ezeiza massacre. Oh, that's cool of you, Perón. In his speech to the governors on the 2nd of August, Perón openly criticized a radical Argentine youth for a lack of political maturity. So here we have it, folks. The same fate as every other authoritarian. Your initial interests might seem principled. Maybe you're doing it for a good reason, but at the end of the day, it always ends up going down the exact same path every time with every person, no matter how principled you are. If you don't build a civil superstructure that allows your country to naturally grow in a pro-labor direction, if you're forcing it on them through authoritarian governance, even if the things that you're forcing on the state are good, at the end of the day, authoritarianism is just innately self-defeating, and it will inevitably cede power to people who use it irresponsibly, to speak nothing of the problems with using it even for good. The rift between Perón and the far left became irreconcilable following the 25th of September 1973, the murder of José Ignacio Rossi, the moderately conservative Secretary General of the CGT. Rossi was killed in a commando ambush in front of his residence. His murder was long attributed to the Montoneros, whose record of violence was well established by then, but it is arguably Argentina's most prominent unsolved mystery. A false flag, perhaps? Another guerrilla group, the Guevarist ERP also opposed the Peronist right wing. They started engaging in armed struggle, assaulting an important army barracks in that's just called an important army barracks. There's no name for it. In Azul, Buenos Aires province, the 19th of January, creating a foco, an insurrection in Tucumán, a historically underdeveloped province in Argentina's largely rural northwest. In May 1973, the ERP claimed to have extorted $1 million in goods from the Ford Motor Company after murdering one executive and wounding another. Okay. 5 months after the payment, the guerrillas killed another Ford executive and his 3 bodyguard. Only after Ford threatened to close down their operation in Argentina altogether did Perón agree to have his army protect the plant. What is happening here? Direct action? Okay, not to say that Ford company executives are good people or anything, but if you're a Guevarist, guerrilla warfare cell, shouldn't you be more concerned with killing the active death squad controlled by fascists and government and not just killing Ford were the Ford executives working in line with the death squad, or were you, because it seems like you're the wrong target, but that's hard. Yes. They were getting funds, not just randomly killing Ford executives. So they were literally just doing this for money. So, okay, whatever. Perón's failing health complicated matters. I love Latin America leftists. Fucking. He may have been senile by the time he was sworn in for his 3rd term. His wife had to frequently take over as acting president. You need money to fund an insurgency? Yeah, but there were literally concentration camps and Ford plants here in Argentina. Wouldn't they have been controlled by Peron or the military dictatorships, not like by Ford themselves? I feel like there are better targets to go after, but I admit that I don't know enough about the subject to really say. Presided over the nuclear power plant. Diminishing support from the far left turned to open enmity following rallies on the Plaza de Mayo on the 1st of May and 12th of June, in which the president condemned their demands and increasingly violent activities. Did Peron ever condemn the AAA far-right death squad? I hope he did. No, Ford in South America was hellish, and influence was a cross between Dubai and Auschwitz. In the 70s? I'll look more into it. Yeah, have you condemned Hamas? Okay. Perón returned to Buenos Aires with clear signs of pneumonia, had a series of heart attacks, and then he fucking died. The 1st of July, Monday, 1974. A complicated man, but also a child rapist, and authoritarian. So, complicated but bad. Sorry, that's the opinion I'm coming away with. You can be as pro-labor as you want to be, unless you're willing to build that superstructure. Like, and man, the pedophilia thing, it's like we're firing low, man. Mao and Stalin both fucked 14-year-olds, right? And now he's fucking a 13-year-old. It's like we're going lower and lower. Did Castro fuck any kids? Didn't Castro just fuck adults? Was Castro okay? That we know of? Okay. Seems like Castro didn't have any issue fucking, adults, so... I mean, not that that ever stops these fucks. Authoritarians love being pedophiles. That's why fascists tend to be. Perón's corpse was first transported by hearse. Okay, what bad shit is going to happen? Hundreds of armed soldiers lined the 16-kilometer route from the palace to Olivos to restrain the crowd. As many as 2,000 foreign journalists covered the ceremony. 21-gun salute. 3 days of official mourning were declared thereafter. Perón had recommended that his wife Isabel rely on Balbin for support, and at the president's burial, Balbin uttered a historic phrase. The old adversary bids farewell to a friend. Aw. That's some very, history. That's a very history statement right there. Isabel Perón succeeded her husband to the presidency, but could not manage the country's problems, including the left and right-wing insurgencies. Great. Ignoring her late husband's advice, Isabel gave Balbin no role in her new government, instead granting broad power to López Rega. Oh, the most fascist guy. Cool. Who started a dirty war against political opponents. I know about this conflict. I've read about this. The name used by the military junta or civic military dictatorship of Argentina for the period of state terrorism from 1974 to 83 as part of Operation Condor, the U.S.-backed campaign, the CIA-backed, that the United States facilitated, during which military and security forces and death squads in the form of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance hunted down political dissidents and anyone associated to have been anyone believed to have been associated with socialism, left-wing Peronism, or the Montoneros movement. Estimated between 22,000 and 30,000 people were killed or disappeared. That's one Gaza Strip since October 7th worth of people, more or less. Goddamn. Demon Dice, there's a lot of stuff to cover. That's the disappearance Milei denies. Oh, right. Milei, the current leader of Argentina, has played defense for this quite a bit. There are people associated with this that he idolizes. He denies that a lot that people were killed or disappeared. He said this hasn't happened. In case you're wondering, yeah. From October 8th, 2023, Milei doubles down on denialism and accusations against Bullrich. Milei emphasized to Legrand he thinks what happened during the 70s in Argentina was a war. So right, this is a so the idea here is that like, oh, the government did kill and disappear people, but it was part of like a mutual conflict. He downplays how many people were killed or disappeared. He denies essentially like the war crime element. The way he frames it is like, yeah, the government fought against left-wing militias. Like, yeah, there was fighting. When in reality, it was more like a campaign of terrorism and disappearances, you know? Therefore, the excess violence committed that are beyond the crimes against humanity and have to be punished. Essentially, he denies the government did anything wrong. The military fascists stole babies from leftist families they murdered. Neat. Well, anyway, let's finish. I feel like, man, Peronism and Argentine like recent history really are one and the same, huh? I feel like I know so much more. This has been a very good, and by the way, very cursory, very light touch bit of research here. Like we're learning a lot. This is when they threw communists out of helicopters. That was, you're thinking of Pinochet in Chile. But they probably did that too. I don't know. Oh yeah, Vignesk. They did it too? Don't know if that happened here too. Okay, yeah, there you go. Relationship with Allende and Pinochet. Perón praised Allende for his valiant attitude of committing suicide. This is the guy that that Pinochet replaced. He was a leftist leader, and the United States assisted in Pinochet's military coup over him. That he no. Perón wasn't saying you should kill yourself. He was saying, wow, you've defied the United States. Enjoy your suicide. Mausoleum and legacy. God damn. What a storied life. Allende was kind of cool. Well, he was better than the guy who replaced him, that's for sure. Okay. We have learned about Peronism as it applies to Perón himself. Okay? Now we're going to try to learn a little bit about its history in Argentina after Perón's death. Ideologically populist, Peronism is widely considered to be a variant of left-wing populism, although some describe it as a Latin American form of fascism. Others have criticized this as one-dimensional for having negative connotations, as it also includes a form of national populism and national socialism, a term that has no negative connotations. Peronism was also described as socialist by some political scientists who classify it as nationalist socialism, non-Marxist socialism, Christian socialism. Others say it's a paternalistic conservative ideology. Okay, great. So a consequence of being an authoritarian populist is that you have no real ideology. This is why Peronism seems to encompass literally every part of fucking Argentine political. It's all four squares, yeah, on the political compass chart or whatever. Because like it doesn't mean anything anymore. When you're authoritarian and you work with the left and the right wing, like nothing means anything. Damn, she would love this guy. Unironically, yes. A vague blend of nationalism and laborism or populism. So I can't even say that I'm a fan of Peronism because it doesn't mean anything. I like some of the stuff Perón did, but I dislike a lot of other stuff. The only person here who's coming out unscathed is Eva Perón, who I stan. Okay, that's the ideology I'm coming with out of this. I like that's the person I respect. This explains why there are no YouTube videos on this. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, no kidding. We've done 3 hours of research now to arrive at the conclusion that this ideology doesn't mean anything. Nowadays, Eva Peron has been sort of the revered face of the social justice movement. That makes sense, and I like that. So she is kind of like an angel. Eva Peron created the AAA who persecuted left-wingers. She did that? I thought the other guy did that. I thought the fascist did that. Not that one? Lopez did. Yeah, she didn't do that. She died way before that came into power. That was Isabel, the other wife. Dude. She's so cute. It makes sense anyway, okay? Eva is a innately proletarian name, and Isabel is an innately fascist name. Can we all agree? Isabel just strikes me of it's innately fascist name. I'm horoscoping this. It's true. All right. So we are going to, let's see. Perón's death left an intense power vacuum, and the military promptly overthrew Isabel. That's the second wife. Since the return to democracy in 1983, Peronist candidates have dominated the presidency. As of 2023, Peronists held the presidency for 28 years. But it doesn't mean anything. Carlos Menem was elected in 89 and served for 2 consecutive terms over 10 years. Menem moved the party to center-right. His main focus was the privatization of state-run enterprises. Yeah, I love being a Peronist. Yeah. I love Peronism, where you privatize state-run enterprise. That's a thing Peron did, you know? Fucking, like, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, so Peronism just means politics in Argentina. That's literally all it means. Like, Milei could have called himself a Peronist. Why not? Fucking, he only didn't to paint himself as an outsider. After the De La Rua administration collapsed, 2 interim Peronist leaders took over. Okay. 20 Peronist tenants. It doesn't matter because none of this means anything. Look at all the branches. Internal currents. Neo-Peronism. Orthodox Peronism. This is like the world's first fucking, like, always online. That video I showed earlier, where it's like, Peron is the fucking ideology meme video where he's shifting all about the compass or whatever. That was real. And all Peronists continue to hold themselves to that fucking tendency. Holy shit. Attitudes towards indigenous people. Actually, I'm curious about this. Recognize indigenous people as Argentine citizens. Mapuche leader Jerónimo Malicchio described indigenous peoples as the first Peronists, with Perón turning a previously invisible group in Argentinian society to active political actors. That's nice. That's not very fascist. Father Perón restored. And okay, I actually don't think there's any point in looking at Peronism from this point forward, because as we've established, we now understand why it's incoherent. None of it means anything. But we understand why it doesn't mean anything, which is important. So I think at this point, I would rather just very, like, quickly read up on Argentine history after the death of Perón, by which I mean Wikipedia. Look of Kirchnerism? I mean, that'll probably come up, right? Where do I click for Argentina? President of Argentina. Give me Argentina. Let me click there. Argentina. Nice. Perón's return and death. There we go. National reordering process. The Dirty War, a part of Operation Condor, where the United States openly assisted in the murder of many tens of thousands of left-wing and even center-leaning Latin Americans because it served our geopolitical interests, even though it didn't really in the long run. Check out Kemalism 2. We have been doing this for 3.5 hours. We will check out what we can, please. I'm not purporting to be an expert on Argentine fucking political history, okay? I am trying my best. There are lots of things. It's an infinite rabbit hole. Victims of the violence in Argentina included 15 to 30,000 left-wing activists and militants, trade unionists, students, journalists, Marxists, Peronist guerrillas, and alleged sympathizers. Most of the victims were casualties of state terrorism. The opposing guerrillas' victims numbered nearly 500 to 540 military and police officials and up to 230 civilians. Okay. Argentina received technical support and military aid from the U.S. government during the Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, and Reagan administrations. Man, truly, really puts to the lie the idea that when it came to foreign policy, you know, we really had much of a choice when it came to our votes in, you know? Thanks, everyone. Thank you, all fucking American presidents. That's so nice of you. Ongaña shut down Congress, banned all political parties, and dismantled student and worker unions. Okay, wait, that's earlier. We looked at that already. Perón died and was succeeded by his wife, who signed a secret decree empowering the military and police to annihilate the left-wing subversion. Fuck you, bitch. Something Europe's attempt. The national reorganization process 1 year later, often shortened to Prosecco. Wait, isn't that a food? Processo? Processo. So this is just a military dictatorship. The national reorganization process is a euphemism for a dictatorship. The Processo shut down Congress, removed the judges on the Supreme Court, banned political parties and unions, and resorted to employing the forced disappearance of suspected guerrilla members, including individuals suspected of being associated with the left wing. Securing the junta's position and power. In 1977, Argentina set up a military base on the uninhabited British South Sandwich Islands in the South Atlantic Ocean. In 1982, an Argentine force took control of the British territory of South Georgia, and on the 2nd of April, they invaded the Falkland Islands. The UK quickly we all know what happened next. The UK quickly dispatched a task force to regain possession. After a short, bloody conflict, Argentina surrendered on the 14th of June, and its forces were sent home. Street riots in Buenos Aires following the humiliating defeat, and the military leadership stood down. Reinaldo Bignonia replaced Galtieri and began to organize the transition to democratic governance. Okay, so this guy... So I guess, is Margaret Thatcher responsible for democracy in Argentina because the defeat in the Falklands was what led to the disgraceful resignation of the military dictatorship? Thank you, Thatcher, for all the good you've done for the people of Argentina. Truly an international ally of democracy. Oh. In 2010, this guy was sentenced to 25 years in prison for his role in the kidnapping, torture, and murder of people during the Dirty War. Nice. We love to see government-appointed war criminals put to prison. That's great. Wait, he was put to 25 years in prison in 2010, but this is what he looked like in 82? How fucking old is he? He got sentenced to prison 28 years after this. Well, he's dead now? Oh, right. Yeah, well, still. Very old. Died at 90 in prison. Milei wants to free him. That would be impressive considering the fact that he died in 2018, but, you know. Anyway. Raul Alfonsín won the 83 elections, campaigning for the prosecution of those responsible for human rights violations during the Prosecco. The trial of the juntas, what a based fucking name, and other martial courts sentenced all the coup's leaders, but under military pressure, he also enacted the full stop and due obedience laws. What and what? What does the full stop law do? Exempted subordinates from prosecution when they were carrying out orders. Later in 2003 and 5, these would be repealed and rendered unconstitutional. Okay, so the military dictatorship was like, hey, yeah, you really shouldn't, like, prosecute all of us. We were just following orders. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so this was their desperate attempt to avoid, like, literally all being sent to the gallows. Gotcha. Do they have the death penalty in Argentina? They do not. They abolished it in 1984. Huh. Interestingly, they abolished it right after democracy was returned. I wonder what those dictators were doing. Halted prosecutions further down the chain of command. The worsening economic crisis and hyperinflation reduced his popular support. And the Peronist, wow, a Peronist? Carlos Menem won the 1989 election. Soon after, riots forced Alfonsín to an early resignation. Menem embraced and enacted neoliberal policies, a fixed exchange rate, business deregulation, privatizations, and I love Peronism, and the dismantling of protectionist barriers normalized the economy in the short term. He pardoned the officers who had been sentenced during Alfonsín's government. Oh, so he just went and okay. Wait, does that mean the other guy was pardoned as well? No, because he was sentenced in 2010. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Menem made inflation illegal. Very smart. The 1994 constitutional amendment allowed Menem to be elected for a second term, with the economy beginning to decline in 95. And guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no fucking idea how to fix Argentina's economy. Like, there are problems with other countries' economies that I've thought, okay, it would be tough to do, but I think this would help. I have no fucking idea what's going on here. I don't think I'm ever going to know. I'd have to learn more. I'd have to, like, learn too much. Maybe nobody knows. The UCR, led by Fernando de la Rua, returned the presidency in the 1999 elections. De la Rua left Menem's economic plan in effect despite the worsening crisis, which led to growing social discontent. Massive capital flight from the country was responded to with a freezing of bank accounts. Ooh, you don't want to do that, generating further turmoil. The December 2001 riots forced him to resign. This is huge. I know this much. The 2001 riots are like a these are like a monumental, nationally recognized, huge, like civil unrest turning point. Yeah. Away to the resignation, a period of political instability, known as the Argentine Great Depression, lasted from 1998 to 2002. 39 people were killed by police and security forces. Of the 39 killed, 9 were minors. Demon Dice, please calm down, the all caps and the general getting my attention. The greatest crime a chatter can commit is for me to recognize their name when I see them typing at me in all caps. It means that you've been drawing too much attention. I'm like the monster from Amnesia: The Dark Descent, where when I notice you, your sanity goes down, and eventually you're harmed. Fuck. I'll go into this in a bit. The beginning of December 21, the IMF cut off flow of funds. Capital flight became uncontrollable. Oh, shit. With 25% of all the money in Argentine banks having been withdrawn since the beginning of the year. What the fuck? All of it? 25% of all of their fucking money? Holy shit. Finance Minister Cavallo announced a national cash withdrawal limit of $250 a week. Holy shit! Why would you do that? Oh my god! Cash withdrawal limits are like the fucking, like firing a flare into the sky, telling everyone to burn down their local bank. Yeah, preventing runs on banks just never works. It does not work. You can't do it. You can't do it. Oh man. Well, that's a whole fucking subject of its own. Why doesn't it work? Massively worsens the panic. Yeah, invest in cryptocurrency. Congress appointed Eduardo Duhalde as acting president, who revoked the fixed exchange rate established by Menem. causing many working and middle-class Argentines to lose a significant portion of their savings. By late 2002, the economic crisis began to recede, but the assassination of two piqueteros, member of a group that has blocked a street with the purpose of calling a demonstration. This is one of the reasons why Milei's current government is talking about the revocation of rules made after this crisis, because he's saying that he will like massively punish people who block the roads. So like this led to like a huge amount of national controversy. Political unrest. Nestor Kirchner was elected as the new president. This fucking guy. Look at his hair. What an untrustworthy face. He looks like a frog. A member of the Justicialist Party. Oh, you're telling me that he's a Peronist? You're kidding me. That's crazy. He identifies a Peronist. Wow. With his political approach called Kirchnerism. You can't name everything off of yourself, okay? Peron, you're no Peron, okay? Maybe you are. I don't know. One of the most prominent aims of Kirchnerism is to strengthen Argentine relations with the countries of Latin America and to establish a South American economic axis. That's a good idea. Recent economic measures posited by Fernandez's government have nevertheless hurt Argentina's relationship with these countries, maybe Brazil and Uruguay. Whose president, Jose Pepe Mujica, expressed worries regarding Argentina going towards an autarkist form of government. The Kirchner economic model, complicated relations, multiplying difficulties by letter. Okay, this is complicated. Legalize same-sex marriage. That's nice. Liberal attitude towards birth control and sexuality. Both of which have provoked the opposition of the Catholic Church and other conservative sectors. Well, now that we have a woke pope, I wonder if that opposition is dialing down a little bit. Yeah. An American hedge fund helped cause Argentina's 2001 collapse. Oh, fully. It's reasonable to assume that if anything bad happens in Latin America, America had a fucking role in it, you know? Boosting the neo-Keynesian economic policies. Okay, I like Keynesianism. I mean, it's not my favorite economic ideology, but of the list that I have to choose from in most elections, this is definitely one of the ones that I care for. Neo-Keynesianism is, you know, there's some legit. Doesn't Unlearning Economics rep Neo-Keynesianism a good bit? Like, hasn't he said, like, of the economic disciplines that I could, like, recommend looking into today? What does the Neo entail? Watch Unlearning Economics. Maybe he could fix Argentina. I think he's post-Keynesian. Ah, you're right. He's post-Keynesian, not neo-Keynesian. That's right. Economic crisis, significant fiscal and trade surpluses, rapid GDP growth. Under his administration, Argentina restructured the default to debt with an unprecedented discount and 70% most money. Okay, this guy seems to know what he's doing. Paid off debts with the IMF, purged the military of officers with dubious human rights records. Whoa, hold on. I'm starting to like this guy a little bit. Purge the military of officers with dubious human rights records. Okay, all right, okay, all right. Okay. Nullified and voided the full stop and due obedience laws. These are the laws that made it so that the military was just following orders, haha. Ruled them as unconstitutional, resumed legal prosecution of the junta's crimes. He did not run for re-election. One and done. That's all he needed, I guess. Promoting instead the candidacy of his wife, Senator Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, who was elected to... Wait, I recognize this woman. Is she still operating as opposition? Or no, she'd be too old by now. Or is she? Was she the woman who was up there next to Milei when... Because there was a woman in a dress, and I said the dress looked nice. She's the current leader of Peronism. Oh, okay, I thought I recognized her. I thought, yeah, okay. Huh, all right, well, we're catching up to the present day. Ooh, hello, Boobin. Oh, he zoomed. And subsequently re-elected in 2011. Wait, When they changed the Constitution to give presidents 2 terms, did they also switch from a 6-year to a 4-year term? I guess that makes sense. See, elected in 2007 and re-elected in 2011. Kirchner's administration established positive foreign relations with countries with questionable human rights records, including Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba. Oh, Wikipedia, fuck off with this framing. You're supposed to establish positive foreign relations with everyone except for your literal active fucking military enemies. Our unwillingness to establish positive foreign relations with Iran is one of the reasons why we rely on Israel to assassinate their fucking nuclear weapons program scientists rather than just, maintaining a treaty we had with them that we broke under Trump. That's a big part of it, Dan Eater, yeah. While at the same time relations with the US and UK became increasingly strained, by 2015 the Argentine GDP grew by 2.7% and real incomes had risen over 50% since the post-Menem era. Despite these economic gains and increased renewable energy production and subsidies, the overall economy had been sluggish since 2011. Man, it's crazy how every time you get on the bad side of the United States, the economy does badly. It really, I wonder what's going on there. November 2015, after time for the first round, center-right coalition candidate Mauricio Macri won the first ballotage in Argentina's history, beating Front for Victory candidate Daniel Scioli and becoming president-elect. He was the first Democratic elected non-Peronist president since 1916 that managed to complete his term in office without being overthrown. What a victory. Took office in December 10th, 2015, inherited an economy with a high inflation rate and in poor shape. In April 2016, the Macri government introduced neoliberal austerity measures. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Dude, neoliberal austerity measures. What if we did this? Oh, okay, what if we did, state intervention? Blah, 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 blah. Under Macri's administration, economic recovery remained elusive, with GDP shrinking, inflation totaling 240%, billions in US dollars issued in sovereign debt, and mass poverty increasing by the end of this term. Man, I wonder if neoliberal austerity measures don't work. I'm wondering. I'm thinking. The last time you had a neoliberal, we literally just read about this, his reforms briefly worked and then all the same problems came back. The only period of economic prosperity you've had any time recently was with a Keynesian in charge. I wonder why. Okay. This is one of the problems with Peronism not meaning anything. The average voter in Argentina probably doesn't know fucking anything about politics, less than the average American voter. I mean, you guys voted in Milei. I feel like I'm allowed to say that. Milei is even more unserious of a candidate than Trump was. Fucking political brain damage in this country. Mass poverty. He ran for re-election, but he lost by nearly 8 percentage points to Alberto Fernandez, the Justicialist Party candidate. And back to Peronism. President Alberto Fernandez and Vice President Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. Okay, so she's VP now. Okay. Took office in December 2019, just months before COVID-19, and other accusations of corruption, bribery, misuse of public funds during Nestor and Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner's presidencies. Interesting. Misuse of public funds. The K-Money trail. Did they prove that happened? Mr. Kirchner, the has diverted money to tax havens. This did happen. This is real. It's not just trumped up charges or whatever. My recommendation is that don't do corruption. Okay, that's my suggestion. No, they only had proof of assistance of hers doing it. Oh, wait, is that true? No proof? No proof? Baez was sentenced to 12 years, but Baez was alleged partner and businessman Lazaro. Baez, journalist, concluded that he diverted it to tax havens, arrested for corruption. So was any evidence ever brought against? Okay, I don't know. On the 14th of November, 2021, The center-left coalition of Argentina's ruling Peronist party, Frente de Todos, Front for Everyone, lost its majority for Congress in midterm legislative elections. In 2023, he announced he would not be re-elected, seeking re-election. And then it was Javier Milei against Sergio Massa. Wait, this guy's already a purple name. Okay, he's already a purple name because we've looked into him before in the context of Milei. So what was this guy's deal? People said he was just like a corrupt establishment candidate. I'm sure he is, but like what? Finance minister? Okay, suspicious, I admit. Break with the Kirchners. Finance minister during economic crisis. Okay, so this guy's probably a neoliberal, right? He wanted to maintain Argentinian social democracy and maintain the state-owned companies. Well, that's not very neoliberal. Finance guy when finance went to shit. Okay. So he's, yeah, okay. So, I mean, it doesn't even matter. Milei won. We'll see, I guess. And then we have Milei. And here he is. Like, genuinely one of the least serious political candidates to ever win in a democracy. And I mean that. I genuinely think that if you went through every democratic election, every fair one, in human history, this guy would probably be in, like, the top 3. Oh, infinitely less serious than Trump. Yeah, no, 100% less. Yeah, no, Trump makes this guy look like a Trump looks like a goddamn scholar compared to this guy. Have you seen him talk, like, publicly? He's insane. Argentina is not a real country. I agree. Okay, guys. I feel like we learned a lot of really useful stuff. I'm actually really happy with this. We haven't done a research stream in a while, and this stream kind of gives me hope for doing more in the near future too, because yeah, we learned a lot. We're not experts on anything related to Argentina, but at the very least now we know of a hell of a lot more about it than we did before. I'd like to do something like this for Brazil as well, and frankly, also Venezuela. We didn't. Yeah, maybe we could make it a more common thing. You're wrong. This dude is an actual economist. No, he's not a real economist. He does have a degree in economics, to be sure, but it's for the, like, Mises School of Economics. Have you seen his research papers? I have, because I watched Unlearning Economics go over him. He's insane. Actually insane. Literally, I don't know what fucking degree mill he's getting this shit. Like, fucking insane. There's a reason why no real economists, not even politicians, like, cite anarcho-capitalist literature or objectivist literature when they make decisions. Truly insane. Yeah. My big takeaway from this, first of all, is that you guys should watch Unlearning Economics videos. Hold on. He's been doing live streams. In fact, he recently did a live stream where he went over... Here. Javier Milei's nonsensical economics makes me tear out my remaining hair. And get it? Because he doesn't have much hair left. And he goes over, like, a bunch of statements and, like, papers that have been cited and, like, bits of his research and, like, stuff that he's written. So I really recommend taking a look at that. If you want to learn more on, like, an economic side of things where things are likely to be headed with Argentina, I think that Argentina has an incredibly rough future ahead of it. And I genuinely don't know how much hope there is. I think that right now Argentina and the UK are in the same category in my mind as, like, dying countries. The difference being that the UK is dying very, like, slowly and in a depressing fashion, whereas Argentina is about to die in a spectacularly exciting fashion that'll be studied for centuries. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a wild card. Have you looked into the bill Milei sent yesterday? No. running through an omnibus law that will give him authoritarian extraordinary powers for 4 years with no legislative checks. Protesting will be a crime. Striking workers will be imprisoned. Privatize everything. Bring in foreign corporations. Wow. That's cool. I love, again, like, Millet is going to serve as the most direct example of how libertarians are just fascists ever. That all of their prattling about being anti-government, they are actually more like aggressively pro-government control than basically any other ideology. In fact, I would say that like libertarianism in a way is actually more fascist than fascism, because fascists usually have to take some time to build to this, but libertarians are definitionally fucking psychotic, which means that they just like, let's go, dude. Oh, let's fucking go, dude. Like it's like they're so incoherent, they leapfrog into fascism faster. Like fascists dip their toes in to get in, you know, they have to like lie about like worker labor populism, but libertarians are just like, oh, I just realized I can't do all my insane economic stuff if people are protesting. The only way to keep them from protesting is to fucking kill everyone who disagrees. Whatever. Yoink! You know? Incredible stuff. Argentina about to get to the plot of BioShock without the superpowers. Yeah, can I be honest with you guys? I really do like the first BioShock game, and I think it's a smart game, and I think that people dump on it a little too much now in retrospect. But one thing that I don't like is the implication that a libertarian utopia would face downfall because it remained libertarian. In reality, Andrew Ryan would have gone fucking hard right fascist property right defender the nanosecond anyone showed any dissonance or like anyone tried to unionize. It wouldn't have been, because like there are plenty of times through the game that Ryan is like, you know, I don't like how things are going, but it is the free market. But he didn't like, I mean, he does, not to the extent that he should have, I think. Like, there were crackdowns, but I don't think that was sufficiently examined, to be honest. And also, a lot of the crackdowns were kind of mutual. Like, there was mutual fighting with the dock workers, too, right? In reality, I feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like more could have been done to examine that. I feel like, in a way, he was almost too principled to be real. Maybe that was the point. Maybe it doesn't really function as a takedown of libertarian economics if you make him a fascist, which he would be, but then people will just be like, oh, well, I simply wouldn't be a fascist. That's why my libertarianism would work. I don't know. He literally does that in the game, constantly logs. Okay, I haven't replayed BioShock in like 10 years. Maybe I'm not remembering it as much. Okay, no. If I'm wrong on this, it's not like I have a perfect memory. I don't remember it that way, but it has been a while. I need to play BioShock 2. I've never played BioShock 2. I've heard it's not as good as the first one, but it's still pretty good. Play all three. I've played BioShock Infinite. He takes over Fontaine's businesses. Ah, you're right, he does. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. H Bomber Guy says BioShock 2 is the best. H Bomber Guy says Dark Souls 2 is the best. He's a fucking contrary. Except when he's right, in which case he's actually true and based. Dude, I need H-Bomb to make a video dumping on Skyrim. Maybe he can't because he already made one on Fallout 3, and Skyrim and Fallout 3 are the same shitty game. So it'd be really repetitive. It's like, it'd be all the same criticisms, you know? I feel like he could make it entertaining, though, because, you know, he did? Yeah, I know he did. Okay. Guys, I just spent 4 hours reading Wikipedia out loud. I'm not going to lie, my throat kind of hurts. I am going to read donations that are here, and then I'm going to head. I'm also going to take one more moment to say, I like it. I like this shirt. I like this shirt. It's not very seasonal right now, but it will one day be summer or spring again. Link, please. It's from an Indian company called Audstro. Audstreo. You'll have to pay quite a bit in shipping. I found it on a lark, and I ended up quite liking their stuff. They have a lot of really cute stuff too. Look, not that expensive in American dollars, though again, you'll have to pay to have it shipped. I think this is like 60 USD, I think, for this yellow coat. That's pretty cute, you know? Unfortunately, these are women's long coats, and my shoulders wouldn't fit in them. But I do like this. It's like a Rain Man's jacket, you know? It's pretty cute. Oh, I also really like this jacket. This jacket looks, hold on. This doesn't show like payment info, right? No, it doesn't. Twill denim. This is a denim jacket. Does that not look cool? It has a fleece collar, black fleece. Doesn't that look nice? I think that looks pretty cool, personally. There's a lot of fits that you could wear with this that would look pretty dope, in my opinion. These aren't too expensive. Well, they're made in India. So yeah, you're buying these with like beefy US dollars. Anyway, all these designs are just the sketches of like an art student that they transcribed onto clothing. I think that's really cool. They even have some embroidered clothes. Ooh, that's really nice. Is this also denim? Zip denim? I don't think I've ever worn a zip denim shirt. That's crazy. I do like these. How do you guys like these little monk shirts? I mean, they're not really. They're just regular button-up shirts, but with the black buttons against the lighter color means that if you button it up all the way, it gives this kind of like austere, you know, sort of like, you know what I mean, right? It's like reserved kind of feel. I think it's pretty cool. This is embroidered. This is the one I have now that I'm wearing currently. I feel like he looks cooler than me. Oh, I bet I know what it is. His shirt has been ironed. His sleeves have been ironed out from the where they rest the shoulder, so they flare a little bit. Oh, okay. I could do that easily. Nice. Okay, nice. Easy, easy. I don't know as much about how to preserve satin clothing. I ordered this. I wanted to get it in yellow because I liked it so much in blue. The sleeves don't look as tight in yours. My sleeves aren't even remotely tight, but you have to understand this is a 5'6" Indian man, and I am a 6'2" beefy, like fatter guy. Is that shirt silky? It's a satin. So it's meant to like model the look and sheen of silk, but it's made of cotton. And here's it in pink. I think it looks quite nice. Wonder if I should get all three of these. Like the pink, the yellow, and the blue, and just have that be like my trifecta from this company. I don't know. It's kind of cool. Got a pair of Diesel Industrial jeans today. Diesel Industrial. I'm looking at actual engines right now. Diesel Industrial jeans. There we go. Oh, nice. Okay. It's not anything super out there stylistically, which you don't need for jeans. People try to over-design jeans. Jeans made with like high-quality material will always look and feel really, really good. Is it really that expensive? Are we looking at Vietnamese currency? Indian currency, and it's not that expensive. It's like $40 for a shirt. But these are like, okay, to give you an understanding of something that I see that makes me really happy, and maybe it doesn't make you happy, but it does make me happy, is look. For custom-sized orders, please write to us. You know what that means? That means the people who manage the sales also, to an extent, have control over the production process. That means these guys probably have like an actual, a mill they contact with and like share designs with or whatever. This usually indicates a higher degree of like ethical production because it means that like this wouldn't usually work. This wouldn't work if it was being made at like a sweatshop because, you know, sweatshop workers work like this, like that, you know? So like being like, oh, actually, can you like make the measurements this or whatever usually means like there's a higher degree of, are they hand embroidered? I assume so. Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to check, I guess. We can check. Embroidered jungle shirt. Ooh. embroidered by hand treadle by an artisan named Sanjay. Dude, they literally have the name of the guy there. Hell yes. Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of buying, you know, it doesn't necessarily cost that much to buy stuff from like smaller outfits. Like if you're some materials will always be pricey. Like a leather jacket will always be expensive no matter what because the material that you're using, unless it's like a crap leather jacket, I guess, whatever I'm saying. You know, there's always this one's pretty cool. I like this one too. Man, I like a lot of their shirts. Best paired with black trousers. Oh, like he's got like black wool trousers? Looks neat. Camp collar, oversized fit, cotton, embroidery lines. He's got them dogs out. He does have them dogs out. Do you guys want to see one of the most ill-advised purchases that I'm really considering at the moment? You're gonna love this one, guys. Okay. One thing that I've always wanted that I have not been successful in finding is a crop jacket. They just don't make them for men. Trust me, I've looked. I've even looked on like Etsy. Can't find them. Okay. And then randomly I found this like tech streetwear place. Okay. Now this would be an insane buy. However, it would also be very funny is the important thing that you need to consider. It's a goddamn like puffer biker white crop jacket. Look at that. Ignore the rest of this guy's fit, okay? But like the idea of having like a popped collar fucking crop jacket is so funny to me. Holy shit, that's funny to me. Look at this stanced up. Look at this motherfucker. Hold up. Look at that shit. Wait, where's the yellow one? I like the yellow one. That would look ridiculous. It totally would. The gold one. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I feel like there's something to this. Like how could I not? They need to restock in my size though. They only have large at the moment. I hate it, but I love it. Me too. I don't think it fits your aesthetic. The two aesthetics that I like, it seems, are like streetwear and like over-the-top flamboyant men's casual, you know? Because a lot of men's casual is like, what if I wore beige with navy? And I want the beige to be like a bedrock for like louder colors, like, you know, loud yellows and reds and even highly saturated browns and oranges. But I like the streetwear stuff too. Get into knitwear. I have a nice cashmere sweater. Okay, I'm gonna read donos. You can't stop me. A socialist loverworm. Thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Steel Radiance, the tier 2 sub. There's a total solar eclipse on the 8th of April, the last in the US for 20 years. Plan fast. Oh shit. There you go, guys. The solar eclipse map. That's going right over me. Yeah, nowhere near me. Sorry. Not even close. Alec Gunter, thank you for the $5. Want to get my wardrobe in line for New Year. Was wondering what channels or other sources you recommend for men's fashion. I just follow Derek Guy on Twitter. A lot of it has mostly just been me trying to feel out what I like. I think it's mostly just it's kind of like learning how to do any other art thing, or like learning how to draw, right? Like anyone can learn how to draw. Sometimes channels help, but a lot of it is just having the right process for knowing how to learn how to draw. You have to know how to learn how to draw, right? Perfect practice makes perfect, I guess. I think a lot of it is honestly like my baseline suggestion would definitely be look at Pinterest mood boards. Look at outfits that people have assembled, not high fashion stuff, and not like weird LARPy tech stuff or whatever, but like you can find Pinterest boards or Instagrams of people who just dress really well and they just like post their fits, you know, and look at and find people whose fits you kind of like, as in like you think maybe like one day you could look that good if you tried, and then look at them and think what makes that outfit look good. And then if you're ever curious about anything in particular, right, you can like look up specific items of clothing. Like you can learn about like, okay, so what is that item, you know? Big benefit if they actually like link the pieces they're wearing, but that's not necessarily useful because different items find different things. How do I find those? You can just search into, you'll find them. Don't worry. There's lots of them. Cornflower Queen, thank you for the $5. I watched Fully Coolly Alt and really liked it. Oh no. Have you seen Shin Godzilla? Well, if you recommend it, I'm not taking any recommendations from a person who watched and enjoyed Fully Coolly Alt. I'll watch it. Crassy Null, thank you for the 569. No, sorry, I've never been in Boston, my friend. Moth Jesse, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you for the kind words, and happy to have you here. A Socialist Loverworm, thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs. I think that camera quality was so bad because you're so drippy and gay-looking nodders. I think the camera looks good now. And again, it stays kind of in focus back here. You guys remember how before I would go out of focus even by leaning forward or doing this, right? Like now I can move a bit more without having to worry that like any movement from the camera, because I was at like a f-stop of 2.8, you know, so now we're up to 4, and that makes a huge difference. Kakawin, thank you for the 637, really appreciate that. I was an exclusive dog owner. A cat got hit by a car on my street and left behind a single kitten. Now I'm a cat person. Aww. I'm glad you took them in. Ooh. They have entered a loving home. Thankfully, cats are very dumb, and they have probably forgotten that their mom died. They're very dumb. That is wonderful. Nerodia with the $5. Your talk about old-timey suits made me think of this drippy historical fencer on YouTube.
How realistic is hyper armor? It's a video game mechanic where when you start an animation, you cannot be staggered out of this animation by being hit during it. And the reality is, yeah, kind of. There is no guarantee that whatever you have inflicted upon your adversary is in any way going to stop them from making another attack. And this is doubly true if they're already in the middle of an attack, because physics are now at play. If they have thrown themselves into a lunge at you and you tried to stop thrust them but did nothing about their sword, there's a very real possibility that you just will both get impaled. The gameism is that hyper armor is a fixed thing. You know that during this attack, for these frames of animation, you will have hyper armor. There's no guarantee or really any great predictability to that in reality. The human body is really unpredictable. The same injury on 2 different people, the first one might go into shock.
I don't know what this has to do with old-timey suits, apart from the fact that he's wearing a suit, but it's not very old-timey. But I did enjoy the video, or at least the small part of it that I watched. Yeah, I've seen some videos from this guy. He seems pretty cool. My understanding is that in reality, sword fights used to be basically like 2 guys would stare at each other and do like for like 3 minutes until eventually one of them lunged forward and like won. Because like the sword fights where people are doing like the clashes like this, I don't think that was a real, I don't think that's a real thing. It's, yeah. Fencing? No, I just mean like it wasn't like several minutes of like that or whatever. Like the moment you commit to fighting, like someone's going to die like really quickly. It's, yeah. All of sword fighting is a study of convergent evolution on how to turtle your way to a win. Yeah, no kidding. And who wouldn't want that, right? Lieb, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Shokapan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Markinator with the $5. Luna Oi made a video debunking the Pew Research study about Vietnamese capitalism.
Hi, everybody.
Fuck, that might actually be fun to go over. I'm going to add this to the watch list. We can't do it today, of course, but I'm going to add this to the watch list. Save and watch later. There we go. Zorus, thanks for the $5. I thought you'd appreciate my silly ass cat and the toy that I got for him. Ooh, fat baby. Cats are so fucking funny, dude. How are you a vicious apex predator while also being a fat furball that lies on their back and plays with fish toys? You're so silly. Do the Luna Oi video tomorrow? Well, actually, tomorrow, little baby. Tomorrow, we're actually doing a return to the Hippy Dippy. Dylan Burns is doing an end of the year Hippy Dippy with a bunch of people in it. and I have volunteered to be present for it. Well, not present, I'm participating. So we're going to have a gigantic, extremely toxic, loud, annoying, hippy-dippy roundtable tomorrow. Remember? We're like capping off the year. Hell yeah. DNLS SRZ 91, thanks to the tier 1 sub. K Comrade Robin Hood. Yeah, I saw these from last stream. I need to like find time to go into it. Thank you. Unironically Belgian, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciated. Sake, thanks to 5 tier 1 subs. Peron was the president she won, head of Argentina. I wonder if she knows about him. She should. Toro the Twat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Do you think Goku would let capitalism live so it could become even stronger next time? I think stronger capitalism is just fascism. So I don't know. We'd have to wonder. Unironically Belgian, thanks to the gifted tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Unironically Belgian again with the 10 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that as well. All of this reads like a Kojima production, wacky stuff all around. Yeah, it's almost like Kojima based his like political thrillers off the actual tumult and chaos of real world political events, you know? And then again, unironically Belgian, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Happy holidays to you as well. Antifa Private with the $5. Peron would not have been a fan of me. Kami Mami, thanks to tier 1 sub. Let's escape the world of politics and run away together. My world is politics. I can't escape it. Schlepson, thank you for the $5. I want to bring up AI poetry when considering AI generated art. An algorithm may follow the rules of haiku, but that'll never be poetry. True. AI cannot on its own generate art. Art is communication. It has to be from a human or from something sentient. RTQ, thank you for the $5 in the pronunciation correction. Lieb, thank you for the $5. Will we get a greener clothing production arc? It fits the fashion arc. By greener, do you literally mean the color green? Or do you mean more like ethical or like ethical production? I'm not really qualified to talk about it. Recently, Derek Guy did a big thread on fast fashion that I think you guys should look at. Fast fashion is incredibly destructive to the environment, and he distinguishes it from cheap fashion. To be clear, and this sounds, you know, a little bit wacky, but I stand by it. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the clothing that you wear gets made by like underpaid workers in Bangladesh or whatever. The God's honest truth is that if every Western consumer suddenly had the money and wherewithal to only buy like local or Western developed clothing, Bangladesh wouldn't be risen up from poverty. It would just collapse because its entire fucking economy dies. There are more and less like ethical ways of sourcing clothing from outside the West, and I think it's generally better to get stuff that's made in the West, and there's like varying degrees of acceptance there. However, the big issue with fast fashion is not your clothing is made by poor people. The big issue with fast fashion is the way in which that clothing is produced, and the cycle of its production leads to an ungodly amount of waste. So there's a thread, I retweeted it the other day. You guys should take a look at it. RTQ, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Let's be honest, the Dada movement proved that sometimes even humans are unable to produce art. Speak for yourself. I think Dadaism produced lots of interesting stuff. I love newspaper print cutouts. Behold, Western man, art. Bernie caught COVID. Yeah, I saw. Not much to say at the moment, I'm afraid. Sake, thanks to the 5 tier 1 subs. Unlikely. Astronauta del Void, thank you for the $12. Really appreciate that. I saw your video on sugar today. You were right about everything. I work 60-hour weeks, and on my one day off, I cook fajitas, rice, and beans in bulk. Cheap and tasty. Also, Uber Eats the money drain. Yep. Free yourself from Uber Eats. I can do it, though. I'm not struggling for cash. Speaking of, Iridian Knight, thank you for the $5. I'll keep your offer in mind. Jason O'Connell, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I can't believe chat is doing this to you right now. It looks exactly like every other stream. They're fucking with you. Also, none of my messages ever seem to show up in actual chat. Is actual chat YouTube chat? Because I couldn't speak to that, really. You could always come over to VGG. Either way, thank you. Deep Valley, thanks the 10 pounds. 1, how do I send you a link? Emailing, usually. And 2, don't stop talking about fashion. I love it. I'll keep it in mind. I think chat's warming up to it, by which I mean I'm banning the people most annoying about it. Session Amaru, thank you for the 100 pesos. Really appreciate that. Your camera was fine at the start. Chat is fucking with you. Yes, it's a cool shirt. We'll gift one to my BF and love fashion segments. Last thing, I was not joking about age reduction therapy and age regression therapy and low sex drive. Oh, okay. Then it was unrelated to some other chatters thing that I talked about previously. Whatever makes you happy. Still alive, thank you for the $5. You should just watch Evita for an Argentina history lesson. Half kidding, it's a catchy musical. Someone in chat said they made a musical of her, yeah. Tausa, thank you for the 50 ARS. Yes, everything went to shit after Ava's death. Miko XD, thank you for the $5. Also recommending Evita, thank you. Luciano and Mr. Payne the Nico Motherless, thank you for the 20 CA and 20 ARS. Let's go Argentina. We have an Argentinian, sorry, I'm very tired of talking. I'm tired of talking for the most part. Queuing in. Veronica Tash, thank you for the $5. Would you support a neo-Peronist wing of the Democratic Party? Considering I don't know what ideology that is, sure, why not? Jason O'Connell, thank you for the 5. I'm about to get 2 new Sphinx cats as brother and sister to our older one. Felt like you'd appreciate that. Aw, Sphinx cats love each other. They get along. They're good babies. Still alive, thanks to the $5. Any interest in playing Sea of Stars on or off stream? Sea of Stars. Oh, this with the gay indie cover. Maybe, maybe not. I tend not to like JRPGs. I don't know if there'd be anything here that would really draw me in. Jason says, your shirt makes you blend in with your background. I can only see your head. Yeah, it is pretty close, isn't it? I got to get that yellow one. Paul with the $10. Vosh is curious. What do you think about Chris Hedges? Let me remind myself who that is really quick. I don't think I've consumed much of them. Much of their wait, hold on. Chris Hedges Twitter. Chris Lynn Hedges? No, surely you mean the other guy. The minister? I need to find... Wait, do you mean Chris? Oh, you do mean this Chris Hedges. Yeah. Well, they don't follow me, so they can't be that good. Chris Hedges used to be good, but went absolutely insane because of COVID. He's a longtime lefty journalist. He's been on RT. Doesn't tweet much, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't know enough. I can't really say. I've heard stuff, but I don't like to just repeat what I've heard from other people. Can't really say. All right, folks. I've gone long enough without eating. Why did this stream, of all streams, get 5,000 likes or so? Argentinians popping in for a quick little hello. We learned lots of interesting stuff. I'm happy we did this. So I'm going to send you over to... Oh, we're 20 minutes over. No wonder I feel hungry. I'm going to send you over to Lonerbox, speaking of people with a firm and healthy appreciation for the affairs of other countries. Have a wonderful time, folks. I love you all. Remember, tomorrow's stream is in the night. We're doing the big hippy dippy thing. Maybe we can go over the Luna Oi video as well. Yeah. Take care. Where's the goddamn button? There it is.